and welcome to my sort of janky stream on the Gender Addict channel rather than Honey Badger Radio or Badger live streams. My name is Allison and I'll be your host. I have some lovely co-hosts with me. There is a folklorist, Doughboy, a writer, a writer, Godcat, a reader, Telenar, and a PhD student in criminology, Therapy Snack. And we're going to be discussing adolescence and how accurate it is to reality. Spoilers, not very. So, okay, guys, why don't you say hi? I'm sort of juggling a void cat at the moment. You can't see her. See, she's right here. She's attempting to destroy all of the things that I have very, very painstakingly put together prior to the show, and she hates order. She's like the dragon of chaos, except in a small black furry form. All right. So if you guys don't know, Adolescence is a supposedly fictional look at a school stabbing in the UK, and it features a boy who did it. Let's face it. Spoilers if you didn't know. He is guilty of stabbing the girl. And it's a look into his motives and the circumstances around the crime. So it's sort of like a completely fictional true crime kind of narrative. And it's doing a lot of things. First of all, the scenario that it presents is pretty remote in the extreme. There's not a lot of violence that comes out of intact two-parent homes of the particular ethnicity that the boy is. I would be remiss not to point that out. And of course it glosses over other factors. And what's really important, because if this was just a fictional account and everybody was like, it was about a scenario that is about as likely as a unicorn fart blowing over a skyscraper. Yeah, that's about as likely as this scenario. But, if it's fictional, we have scenarios like gigantic sharks eating entire boats in fiction. So it's fictional. And we have scenarios like, aliens coming down from Mars and taking over the planet and then being destroyed by yodeling. We got fiction is definitely the place for extremely unlikely scenarios and exploring them in that kind of a context. Unfortunately for us, this fictional scenario, right, it has led to the UK Parliament dealing with it as if it describes an actual reality, which is about as sensible as the UK Parliament watching Jaws and deciding it needs to start making laws against gigantic, extremely aggressive marine animals. Somehow, not even Jaws, how about like Sharknado? Gigantic, extremely aggressive marine animals facilitated by the weather to enter the deep, the inland territories of the UK and devastate their economy. That kind of scenario. So they're taking an extremely unlikely fictional scenario and they're starting to make policy on it. They're suggesting that schools play it in schools so that boys feel even more like they're the enemy of everyone around them, I suppose. So it's not just that this is a fictional scenario. It is a fictional scenario that is now informing policy somehow. It's informing policy. I don't know, the UK Parliament started watching Gremlins. Does anybody remember Gremlins from the 80s, and it starts making laws against feeding the little fur balls after 12 midnight? It's just ridiculous. And yet here we are. Completely fictionalized account of reality, and now it's influencing law and policy. So that's why I brought together my panel of experts to discuss, I hope you don't mind me describing you as such, to discuss this entry into what is becoming a manufactured reality. All right. So anybody want to... Shall I continue describing this? Did you guys want me to do a summary while you collect your thoughts? Because I see that none of you is put up your hand to speak. Oh, okay, Telenar. Great, thank you. That's wonderful,
Well,
because Telenar is very insightful and also has a lovely voice. Go ahead.
oh my goodness. Wow, two compliments in one day. I don't know if my ego can handle this, but thank you so much. Um, I was going to offer to do a quick summary of the four episodes, if you would
Sure.
like me to do that.
That would be
Okay,
excellent.
yes. So, Adolescence follows it starts with the arrest by like about a dozen police armed with rifles of a 13-year-old boy who was asleep when they arrest him, which is beyond over the top even for the UK. Uh, you, anyway, but anyway, so we arrest him and we basically spend the entire first 1 hour episode seeing him get processed into the what's called the Secure Training Center, which is an official category in the UK for where they basically imprison malfeasants who are 12 to 15 or something like that, teenagers basically.
Mm.
Um, and then in the next episode, we follow a couple of cops who they kind of continue processing him, and they speak to his solicitor, and then they go to the school to interview teachers and students. And the school is kind of a madhouse, by the way. It looks like it's just totally out of control, and no one's earning anything, which wouldn't surprise me at all. Although I think it's probably pretty exaggerated, unless you're literally the worst school in the country or something like that. Then there's the third episode, which is probably the most interesting from a analysis or social impact point of view, which is when the forensic psychologist does an interview of Jamie, which is it seems to go between weirdly sexual, incredibly unprofessional, and kind of dumb, and she really seems to trying to push him over the edge so that he can lose his temper, and then she can I don't know, sit and cry because a 13-year-old boy yelled at her, even though she's a grown woman. Well,
Mm.
that was that's more or less how the episode ends, and I don't know. There's a lot of adults just sitting and crying helplessly because a 13-year-old yelled at them.
Mm.
Anyhow,
Yep. It's very,
and then there's
very insightful. Very,
yes,
very
yes,
realistic too. But
yeah,
we'll
and
be
then
getting into that with therapy snack.
who
Continue.
is a subject matter expert, and yes, we'll be hopefully he'll be tearing into it for us. It'll be amusing. And then there's the fourth episode, the final one, which is we go home and we see his family, the family of the killer, and it's been a certain amount of time. I don't know. They don't really tell us how long, and they have to deal with some social disapproval from their neighbors and some vandalism from some local yobs or chavs or whatever you want to call them. And uh, let's see, well, the one thing they portray the father in a very negative light, of course, because the mother is basically a non-entity, but he is getting a like a fancy full English breakfast because it's his birthday, and that's his birthday present. And I've actually seen people report this as being him feeling entitled to food or something like that. And then he shows some affection to the wife, like he's hugs her from behind and kisses her on the back of the neck and stuff like that. And that's been treated as him feeling entitled to sex because apparently, if you flirt with your wife, you're like a rapist or something.
Mm.
And then they find out that the word "nonce" has been spray painted on his work van, which is a British slang for pedophile. And then
Which doesn't
he
make
tries
any
to
sense, honestly.
yeah, yeah, it's just an insult, but they take it. Well, people can get over the top with these things. And then he goes to a hardware store to get some stuff to get it off his van, and he finds he's been followed by the two teenagers who spray painted it on there. And he walks up, and he's not a very tall man, and he walks up and he grabs one who is about 6 inches taller than himself, and he spins around and he yells at him and he pushes him around and he says like, "Get the hell away from my family, stay away," and obviously loses his temper. And uh, he this has been called like his toxic masculinity, because this is keep in mind this is and I forgot to mention this happens after he finds out that his son has called him and said he's going to change his plea from innocent to guilty. So I think I went into the most detail on the fourth one, but we'll probably be talking most about the third one, because the first two episodes kind of don't matter. You can sum them up in a couple of sentences. But yeah, that's
Mm.
that's the end of the show. Then he goes back to his home after painting over the offending graffito, and then they they have a oh my god I was a bad father, and then he sits alone and cries also.
Yep. And what's interesting about that is I've actually read on Reddit, which, I know it's a bit of a ridiculous place to go, but there are parents that are concerned about their sons because of this show. So they're expressing concern that they're somehow failing their sons in a way that they can't even figure out, because this guy was so normal, and so like there was nothing really wrong with the father. There's nothing really wrong with the relationship between the father and the mother, even though people are going to say there is. And honestly, if this is the level of anger he expresses, considering how much he's going through, I don't even think he has anger issues. Like the boy that he sort of accosted was stalking his family. So I mean, what do you expect from him? He's not going to be like this boy is presenting a possible danger to his family. Of course he's going to respond to that, and he's not going to be. He might be a bit aggressive because he's the boy's already engaged in vandalism. Who knows what else he might end up doing to his family. I can't see how you can be that not understand that this is a severe level of provocation. And even under this severe level of provocation, he never even punches anyone. He maybe yells at a store clerk once, and that's it. And it's like, this is not an angry dude. I'm sorry, he's not. And but what they're trying to do is they're trying to implicate the most average, normal, regular family as being part of a boy could pupate, explode from that cocoon of suburban normalcy into a horrible, monstrous murderer. And it's and other people have been like, oh, it's so great that he's just so normal. It's like he's not pure evil. And it's like, yes, but you don't go from 0 to 60 with no intermediary steps. Like, this family is too normal, too healthy to have produced a murderer. Right? There's murderers come from certain consistent patterns. And they're it's an incredibly improbable situation. And likely he'd have to have some kind of abuse, either sexual or neglect, in his past, in order to explain this. And there is absolutely no explanation for it. And that's the point. They're inculcating a sense of paranoid fear in parents using this thing that they've constructed, this narrative, this fictional narrative that doesn't resemble reality. So that's why I invited Therapy Snack to come on and talk about the situation and how probable it is, and also the forensic psychologist and all of that. Did you want to get something in there, Therapy Snack, or did you want to comment?
Sure.
Okay.
I can. So
go ahead.
A couple things to kind of kick it off here. So obviously I've mostly, I think, just seen part of episode 1 where I saw very much the same thing with excessive use of force, even by UK standards, and honestly even by, quite frankly, US standards, considering the lack of an active threat using armed officers who then kind of go in between. And this is kind of symbolic of like most of the series, whether it be from a criminological perspective or even police procedural. This really weird in between. Like, if you're doing a armed police raid even in the UK to that level, you're not having the father stand in the stairwell completely unrestrained. You would exercise immediate control with everyone in that household, and they would not be leaving unzip-tied. And that's its approach to criminology and criminal behavioral typologies as well. What's kind of telling immediately is that there's this kind of amalgamation of two general typologies that we would see for this kind of criminal offense. One of them actually works, the other one doesn't. The one that works best and is probably most supported is kind of the idea of early developmental psychopathy or conduct disorder, which would, in cases of youth, be developing around this time, 13 years of age, which would align with the method of crime, specifically stabbing, which is actually significant. It's not just because it's the UK and that's just how they like to communicate with people, but it's specific to the way and the kind of mentality that's required in order to execute on that kind of criminal offense. Knifing is an extremely intimate mode of murder or homicide. What's also telling is, of course, that he is indicated, I noticed this a lot in episode 3, he is indicated as kind of a virulent liar, at least as best as you can establish in 50 minutes. High levels of impulsivity, lack of self-control, those kinds of things, which again align with this kind of more genetically based heritable psychopathy. But then they try to mix in a completely distinctly different typology of that of the kind of the vulnerable narcissist, but also political ideologue / radicalized, more accurately I would say radicalized rather than political ideologue child, which is a completely different and quite frankly mutually exclusive typology. They don't align. Narcissism in dark triad, like what you would see with someone suffering from psychopathy, is grandiose narcissism. It's not going to be vulnerable, which is almost the complete polar opposite. And they kind of require the two going on at the same time, where he's constantly going for affirmation and like affirming seeking behavior from the forensic psychologist, yet showing like highly dysregulatory behavior and purportedly entitlement in these kinds of things, but then also extensive self-victimization all at the same time. And it doesn't work. And then the mode of crime doesn't work with the incel typology either, which we'll probably get into a little bit more later. But the point is that it's self-contradictory in making this Frankensteinian kind of construct of Jamie. You get something that is completely nonsensical, which is partially probably why you have parents grappling with completely being unclear as to what to take away from it other than concern, because there is really nothing to take away from it.
So essentially what you're saying is it's just a bunch of ideas cobbled together into one character, which is interesting because myself and the writers, and also Telenar is a reader, I'm a writer, Doughboy's a folklorist, and Godcat's also a writer. And when we watched this, what that translated to us was a inconsistent characterization, like a character that was constantly shifting in ways that did not resemble reality. Like his character motivation was unclear. It was muddled. He didn't even seem like, some other people have said dissociative identity disorder. Would that?
Yeah.
Maybe no. But I don't think...
I'm not a clinician, so I'm not familiar with every single inventory requirement for DID, but I don't think so. So if we're going for the incel typology, so we're talking about incels that actually commit violence, for which there is some limited research on. It's almost always mass murder suicide, so it's MMS, which this is clearly not. This is a like reprisal-based, school resentful, like very specific, targeted, highly intimate, pre-planned. So there's already that problem. What you would generally find in that is high levels of internalizing behavior mixed with heightened levels of externalizing behavior with respect to ones that commit violence, and you would find a significant amount of like depressive and vulnerable narcissistic kind of typology. A lot of self-hatred, which you get part of. He says that he thinks he's ugly, but that's really as far as it goes, which is not enough for a vulnerable narcissism diagnosis. So yeah, it's really halved on everything. Like it doesn't get you anything that you can actually work with. It's basically someone's wish list of what they think it should be. You can tell from the forensic psychologist, and I think Telenar kind of alluded to this, very much so kind of going for more of a male control theory kind of model of basically almost entitlement and control and dominance. He's basically put across as trying to assert dominance with this female forensic psychologist, and it comes across really, again, very half.
Very sorry? Did we just lose Snack?
No, sorry. It comes across very partial. Like it doesn't get to the point, and it doesn't really say anything of any actual meaning.
Except
I'm trying to come up with like halfway without saying a swear word, but
half-butted. It's only got
Something like
half.
that.
It's only got one. It's only one cheek, friends. Just one cheek,
Partially
not two.
buttocked.
Personally buttocked, singularly buttocked. That butt's only on half the seat. Yeah, I like I said, we watched it and it just did, like, the character didn't come across as an actual consistent singular character. It felt like someone was really screwing up the writing if you're writing an actual character that feels real. And you're right, it comes across more like it's ideologically driven, that there was no real, like, okay, let me put it this way. I have this term I use, and it sort of describes men as they are presented through the lens of feminism. And it is the feminist andronicus. And that is what men are in order for feminist conjecture to be correct about the world. And what we saw here was a feminist andronicus. It wasn't actually a man, it wasn't actually a boy. It wasn't even a boy who would engage in these kind of violent actions, because it wasn't consistent with a narcissist, it wasn't consistent with a sociopath, it wasn't consistent with ideologic, or what Therapy Snack is talking about is incel behavior. It was only a construct of feminism. And so what we have is we got these writers taking from feminist conjecture, forming the feminist andronicus, which is basically feminist caricature of masculinity and manhood, and then presenting that as reality. Like, they're miming that into reality. Like, they're presenting like this is a reflection of reality rather than a reflection of their invention of what men are. And then you have the UK Parliament taking this constructed reality based on feminist conjecture and saying, this is reality, let's make policy suggestions, let's make suggestions to the UK school system based on this. I mean, this is, when you think about it, it's really sick. What do you...
Considering how poorly constructed it is, I think they do need better funding for the UK school system, considering they produce these kinds of people to create this.
Adolescence is proof that the UK school system needs to do better so they don't produce people who produce adolescents. I gotcha.
We're scientifically illiterate, apparently.
Yeah, scientifically... Oh, that's a good way to put it. Scientifically illiterate. Well, they've never had to prove anything in their conjecture, in their imaginary world. You were talking to me before Therapy Snack about how feminists, or that they basically walked into an open field about around or gender dynamics. So the relationship between men and women in sociology is just an open field. They walked into it and invented anything they wanted, and nobody challenged them on it. Nobody said, "Hey, oh, you're saying that men use grape and beatings to uphold patriarchy? So men grape and beat their wives and daughters and sisters and mothers and female friends in order to uphold patriarchy? Do you think you could spend a little effort to prove that correct? Like, could you test for the null hypothesis there? Right? And what would the null hypothesis be? Well, how about men and boys also experience near equal or equal rates of domestic violence and rape from women? But no, they were just allowed to say whatever they wanted about men, say whatever they wanted about the relationship between men and women. They were not obligated to apply any academic rigor to their assertions, and now here we are. You know, with this absolute construction of reality, adolescence, constructing a feminist caricature of boys, and the UK Parliament's like, hey, let's make policy based on this, folks. Let's do that. Okay, Void Cat wants attention, and I need to see if anybody else is gonna speak. Oh yeah, don't scratch my throat, please. Okay. Well, let me see. There's not a lot of people in the vertical chat. This is a quieter channel, so I'm not really expecting a lot. But anybody want to, I see you guys typing, but nobody has indicated they wish to speak yet. Oh, Telenar. Go ahead, Telenar.
Yes, Doughboy is just coming up with a comment. He has a bad mic right now, so I'll be reading it for him when he's able to complete it.
Okay.
Anyway, I was going to just clarify and sort of try to go over some things with therapy snack because it got a little, there was a little jargon in there, so I just wanted to make sure that I understood it and that I can, well, hopefully everyone can understand it. So, if I can rephrase what you said in my own words, basically, the depiction of the personality of Jamie Miller, I think it is, of the murderer, is basically impossible because it's two contradictory types of bad personalities. I think you said vulnerable narcissism and grandiose narcissism. Would it be correct? Those two things don't ever coexist in the same person at the same time, but sometimes he was acting like he had one and the other, like from one sentence to the next, practically. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically his formulation of what he is or how he's presented and kind of his modus operandi, if you will, is highly improbable because it uses two mutually exclusive or generally mutually exclusive types of offender.
All right. So I'm going to try to go from what I remember about those. So vulnerable narcissism is when you're desperate, essentially, for other people to like you, and constantly either worried that they don't or busy trying to get them to do so. Would that be correct?
Kind of. So it's a subtype. It's a subtype of narcissism. It tends to be like it's not really grandiose. And yes, there's kind of this craving for attention, validation, fragile self-esteem, the kind of the self-pity, sympathy, and those kinds of things. And there often is kind of a lot of self-hatred. It tends to be very common. It's a frequent comorbidity
Yeah.
with depression.
So
I mean,
like cats.
just about, yes, but I'd say just about everyone who's gone through adolescence, the age range, not the TV show, has probably had at least a little bit of vulnerable narcissism at some point.
Yeah, and so this is kind of a larger issue that has come up, and it's been discussed by a couple people in psychology and psychiatry, which is that there is a hyperpathologization of
Oh
behavior,
my God, yes.
um, where, and especially this is highly problematic in children in particular, and it's why we're generally quite cautious about doing things like saying, oh, this 13-year-old's a psychopath, because children actually do share a lot in common with psychopathy. Uh, and that's normal. It's very developmentally normal. Same with mood swings and those kinds of things. Very very frequently common, and it's very difficult to diagnose in particular children um, with those kinds of things. Generally speaking, you'd be looking at trajectory analysis, so you'd be looking at kind of their entire life, which was also
Probably,
kind of interesting
right.
because yeah, when you do your kind of like full spectrum forensic, structured professional judgment assessment, which is what I think she was trying to do in episode 3 with that forensic psychologist, which would generally be a semi-structured interview, not the free flow garbage she was doing. Um, you would do like a full like inventory. You want their entire basically history, and you want to know kind of everything about everything because you're looking for that trend trajectory rather than how are they acting in the exact moment, which is clearly what the movie relies on in order to kind of elucidate for the viewing audience, it seems, kind of who this
Mhm.
kid is.
Right. And the other thing is grandiose narcissism, which is probably what most people think of when they think of narcissism. Like you have a big ego and you always want to be the center of attention and the number one person and in charge and bossing people around and things like that. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah,
Approximately?
and that's the one that falls into dark triad and dark tetrad, which is kind of frequently seen with kind of the more, if you will, predatory type of offender, which
Okay.
again Jamie is presented as based on the type of crime he commits, a targeted, highly intimate attack, but then of course expresses none of that, and it
Hmm.
instead goes for vulnerable narcissism.
Right. And so when we talk about the type of attack, just for anyone who hasn't seen the show, the type of attack is he targets a specific girl that he's had interactions with. I think he asks her out and she says absolutely not. She calls him an incel or something like that. Basically, the 2020's version of calling someone a virgin. And so she uses red pill language against him. And this is apparently the fault of men in the manosphere or something like that. Anyway, but objections to the ideological inconsistency aside, his response to that is to basically take a knife, track her down, and stab her. And so, as you say, this is a uh, retribution killing, she really hurt his feelings, so he targeted her deliberately and individually and killed her. And aside from the fact that he was caught on camera and made a couple of other mistakes, like he was trying to get away with it, at least in theory. And basically, you'd see from a vulnerable narcissist, you'd see the opposite type of attack. So it would be something very public where you would be angry at the whole world for not loving you and giving you the affection that you need. And it would be like a mass shooting or a mass stabbing, or you'd take a car and you'd try to drive into a crowd of people. And even though you're a huge misogynist, probably half of them, if not more, would wind up being males that you killed. Would that be correct? That's another inconsistency?
Yeah, that's very accurate. Yeah, that's exactly what you would expect, and you would expect high levels of suicidal ideation.
Yes.
So
Thank
the
you.
so yeah, the you would find, generally speaking, like no anticipation of like no anticipation of like getting away with it or anything else like that. Like fully expecting to get caught by police on scene,
Or
and
killed.
basically, yeah, or killed, or killing yourself. Is very very common among mass murder suicide. Which is again what you would expect from kind of more of a vulnerable narcissist with other risk factors presenting, including if we're using something kind of like interpersonal some kind of like interpersonal suicide related theory. What you would generally find is a high level of thwarted belongingness, that kind of rejection, basically. You don't get loved, you don't get other people reciprocating any of your need for belonging or anything else like that. So interpersonal psychological theories of suicide, essentially,
Right. Well,
is
that
what you would expect for him to fall into.
right. Well, that very much contradicts what we see in the show as well. I mean, it's only 4 episodes, and we don't see much of the family, but like it really seems like they're reasonably functional, like they have a decent rapport. I can be pretentious enough to use that word. Like his father is very concerned with him from the first moment we see them when the armed police bursting in, and like he he tries to give him advice and he says, "I'll be there for you as soon as I can," and they're hugging and occasionally and things like that. It, I mean, it is mentioned during the interview with the whatever she is, clinical psychologist. I don't remember what her term is. Um, but uh, that he one time looked away when his son embarrassed himself on the football field,
Mhm.
uh, and occasionally gets angry, and that's about it. But for the entire show, because that's what we're told, but what we're shown for the entire show, and what you're shown is more important than what you're told, more powerful emotionally, that is to say, in a storytelling sense, um, is him being a pretty decent husband and father and trying his best under extremely trying circumstances, trying under difficult circumstances, maybe I should say it that way. And so it doesn't seem like that's the situation either. Like the classic example of vulnerable narcissists doing a mass killing with relation to lack of affection or incel ideology or whatever, I think is Elliot Rodger. I believe everyone here would know who that is. And he was in therapy from a very young age, and he was about 5 or 8 years older than this kid. Um, and he spoke, as you say, well, he made videos that he posted on the internet, and he just talked about how he was the supreme gentleman, and he was just a wonderful person, and women did not appreciate him. And there was like it really very much seemed like the definition of vulnerable therapist, with absolutely no inclusion of the uh, oh god, the one that's not vulnerable,
Grandiose.
gigantic, grandiose. Thank you. At least I didn't say Brobdingnagian. Grandiose narcissist. Thank you. And yeah, so it's really the problem is it seems like the writers created a category of uh, young men who are violent towards women, and then they just didn't like go and learn about all of the people who have actually done this and say, okay, what are the commonalities here? What would a typical person who's done this look like? They just sort of threw things together, and as you said, Frankensteining it is probably a great way to put it, because it's something that cannot exist in nature. It is a horrific and terrifying monster, and well, yeah, the reason it is horrific and terrifying is because it is against nature, and it is the reason it's against nature is because things don't work that way. That doesn't ever happen. And if it if someone from this kind of background did do something like that, then as you'd say, you'd do a what longitudinal trajectory study, whichever term you used, and you would see like he would be, I think I mentioned torturing small animals from a young age as a typical sign of psychopathy. You'd see things like that, and he wouldn't have any friends. And instead, he did mention he had some. They were all other boys, but that's very common at that age.
Mhm.
Like it seems like they just didn't. I mean, they could have just given you a call and fixed 90% of the problems with the characterization, but they were too ideologically blinded.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of interesting things, and actually, it's funny you mention it in passing, but age is a huge one here as well. Generally speaking, what you're going to find is not young boys. It's typically going to be early 20s, late teens. So the fact this is happening at 13 years old is quite remarkable. Not impossible, of course. We do have young children who do commit murder. It's not common, but it's also not impossible. But that was kind of notable as well. Um, there are there are other kind of just general issues insofar as just the whole the whole outline, the whole mapping. So for example, like even if we are using like a homicidal suicidal dynamic, which is again most common for someone who's kind of in Jamie's category, insofar as what you would expect if he was your stereotypical incel, those would normally be accompanied by like threats. So the female victim's phone, I think her name is Katie, if I'm being correct. Um, like you would have evidence of like back and forth and all this other stuff because generally speaking there's some intention at protecting against humiliation, but then it seems to match on to kind of like an explosive outburst of anger. That's how he's presented, which wouldn't map on to what he ended up doing. It's so, yeah, it's so incoherent.
Yes. And one other thing that I would like to talk to you a little more about, since this has turned into an interview of therapy, Snick. I hope you don't mind. Is the behavior of well, I keep forgetting her role again. I keep wanting to say clinical psychologist, and that's always wrong. But whatever. The woman who interviewed him in episode 3, which is the episode you watched, if I'm not
Mhm.
mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, you can only watch that one, and basically, like that's the entire the show that tells you everything of all 4 episodes, which is a sign of poor writing, but whatever. So I don't know how detailed we're going to get here, but she starts out seeming to ask general probing questions like, "Oh, are your parents nice to you, or do they ever yell, or things like that?"
Yeah.
And there was one segment that really got our hackles up, and not that we're paranoid about the British establishment and how they treat small children, but we totally 150% are. And it mentioned she really started asking him some very probing sexual questions specifically, which were like on practically. I mean, I'm just going to slightly paraphrase, but it was like, do you like looking at pictures of girls' breasts or butts or whatever? Like, does it make you feel good? And things
Mhm.
like that. Like it was almost seemed like somebody put their fetish in there or something like that. Do you remember the portion of the interview that I'm talking about, or of the episode that I'm talking about? And did that strike you as surprising or incredibly unprofessional, or is that just normal and is everything as horrifying as we think it is?
Yeah, so in fairness, I've never done a motive assessment before. Because again, that is definitely in the realm of what she is, which is a forensic psychologist, at least how she's portrayed. Um, the thing with the thing with that is there are aspects to it that do kind of make sense. Really, where it becomes really janky is that the timing for it. This occurs in 15 minutes, which is, and in fairness, they seem to allude to the fact that this is part of an ongoing series of conversations, which is how it would be done. You wouldn't just do this in one sitting, but it's clear that, and to your point, perhaps in the realm of poor writing, it's a lot of information jam packed in one thing, so there's no proper flow, and you get these seemingly really inappropriate questions. As someone who's doing like motive assessment, especially if you are believing there might be an ideological component or you're attempting to ascertain intention and kind of motive and sense of self, you would want to know some of those kinds of things related to basically what is your sexual experience, what is your kind of understanding of sexual boundaries, like where do you align on these kinds of things in order to ascertain in a semi-structured format what your risk is, whether or not you appreciate certain things or don't, with regards to either like sense of other people and humanizing or dehumanizing behavior. So you would be interested in those kinds of things. The way they're formatted though is atrocious, to put it mildly. For example, near the very end, notably, where she basically, out of the blue, almost confronts him on death, and whether or not he appreciates, I think, what dying means is how she frames it. And in theory, as part of like an assessment, you would want to know those kinds of things. Does the accused or the offender, depending on their status at that point in time in the criminal justice system, truly appreciate or understand or have the ability to engage in things like theory of mind, for the victim that they had, or alleged to have engaged with, and do they appreciate like the consequences of their actions or alleged actions? Basically, how well do they understand the world around them? And but the problem is the way it's framed and the cadence and tone and delivery of it, it comes across, of course, as extremely unprofessional, defensive, accusatory. She has a bipolar approach to interviewing him, which is also entertaining, where she'll go from like initially very friendly to him to basically completely effective, like low affect, like no emotion, no nothing, kind of just staring at him like a blank slate, and saying things that to any intelligent person, probably even a 13-year-old boy, would probably be seen as insulting and demeaning and mean, which was really interesting. I think it was more of an indictment of this fictional character's skill as a forensic psychologist than it was of anything else, which was kind of entertaining in a sad way.
So, as a student of criminology, you watch that and you're like, "Oh my God, this woman is so unprofessional."
Oh yeah, like if that actually happened in real life, she would probably be in a world of trouble with British Psychological Association or whatever they have there. It would be contaminated.
And they want to present this as reality to school children? I was watching it and I was thinking, wow, this is a lot of excess of state force on children. Not in the first episode, the fact that they go in with a SWAT team. When we were speaking about this earlier, and you said that the way they would approach this is they would probably pick him up when he was out in the the general, like maybe between home and school or somewhere in the town. They wouldn't actually confront him and attempt to pick him up in his own home. But of course, that's not that. You want to get the drama of the family being totally upended in order to get people's interest. So, but set that aside. So the episode in which he is confronted by the so-called forensic psychologist, you think, or in your opinion, she would have been in for a world of hurt with the relevant authorities because of her behavior towards the boy. And I know you didn't quite answer Telenar's question, but would those sexualized questions have been reasonable outside of this fiction?
It depends. It honestly depends. Because again, it would depend on what she's attempting to ascertain with respect to the offense, and it's difficult for me to know. It also depends on, I would imagine, what framework she's using, what SPJ professional judgment she's using.
All right. Based on what you know, what would she be trying to get by asking things like, of a 13-year-old boy, have you done these sexual activities? Do you enjoy these sexual activities? Like, is there a framework for an adult forensic psychologist to ask these kinds of questions, and without anyone present to make sure that the minor isn't being exploited in some way?
No one else present there I thought was very interesting. That I think would be abnormal. That was curious. with respect to asking the question, so for example, what you might be attempting to ascertain is, for example, sexual abuse.
Like
What is your
that?
engagement with? You could, yeah. Not like that, no. Again, the
Okay.
entire thing is very
So you're
clearly
talking about
taught.
you're talking about yes, you could ask these kinds of sexual questions, but not in the way that she did.
Oh no, yeah, God no. Like everything she does is basically, yeah, you could ask it, and you would probably want to know, but you would not, in the way, frame, tone, demeanor, and everything that she does, do it that way. It's basically a textbook case example of how not to run a forensic psychological, not technically autopsy, but evaluation for structured professional judgment to give to a court.
Okay, so this is completely fiction, but the other thing I wanted to ask is if you had a forensic psychologist engage in this manner with an underage boy, what would happen to her? Would she actually lose her job, be investigated? Like, is this considered, like, the behavior that she engaged in with this boy, is that considered acceptable?
I would say no. Again, I'm not a clinician. That is an entirely different domain, but insofar as everything about it, uh, yeah, I'd like to think that you'd be in absolutely massive, massive trouble with a regulating body, and quite frankly, even with the court, because you can't do anything with half of that. She contaminated him at multiple points in time, inserted her personal beliefs and opinions, led him at multiple points. It's a really, really sloppy scene just on that alone, never mind the ethical aspects of how she's treating him and her engagement with him, and again, some of the framing and formatting.
Okay, so she wouldn't necessarily, but specifically, and maybe you just this is outside of your rubric, your area, but that line of inquiry I found, like, that when she got into the kind of like, and it wasn't just questions to discover whether or not he was sexually abused. I don't even think that entered anyone's mind in this entire thing, like this entire construct. I don't think it entered.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, it is really
Yeah,
interesting.
you would want that.
Yeah, you'd really want to know that, because that would be where you might figure out the anger came in, like the severe anger, right? And they didn't even, it wasn't, the questions weren't in context of him being a victim of sexual abuse. They were in the context of, I don't know, these kind of squirmy, uncomfortable, probing questions about his sexuality. And it's like, this is a 13-year-old boy with an adult woman. And the way that it's framed is very exploitative. Like, the whole, most of the adolescence, and that was probably the worst of it, was, first of all, and we spoke before that she would have, in the normal course of things, they would have put him in a room in which there was no distractions. It would just be like white walls, very simple, and to try to make sure that it's, as you put it, as contaminated as little as possible by context. But they didn't do that, because if they did that, it would be very obvious who has the power. And this is the thing, that what they're doing specifically with this scene isn't to show us what actually happens or what should happen in an appropriate circumstance. It's to pretend like the boy has power in this situation, which he doesn't. He has no power. She has all the power. And so, and also, go ahead.
Yeah, with forensic kind of interviewing for any purpose, well, not for any purpose, for the purposes of which this is being done, which is psychological. What you would want is, yeah, you would be asking really uncomfortable questions. There's not really anything that's off limits inherently, because this is not clinical for his sake. It's being conducted in order to provide an actual kind of, if you will, after action report, so to speak, of why might this person have done this? What kind of mental state is this individual actually in? You know, quite frankly, yeah, do they feel entitled? Like, so for example, if he is psychopathic, does he feel entitled to certain things? Is he virulently sexual? Like, what are the dynamics? Does he have understandings of boundaries? What is his perceptions of different groups of people, like girls, females? You would want to know those things legitimately, but the way it is composed is not how you would ever want to do that. You would want something that's far more dynamic, kind of how it actually starts off, where it's a lot more soft, shall we say, where you want to guide people. Instead, she comes across as like a detective in the confessional stage, where it's just grilling.
Mm. Okay. It often starts to feel like an excess in power, and I'm actually surprised that, I mean, in the real circumstance, he's not allowed to have a lawyer present during this kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Wouldn't he, or no?
I would think so, considering it's a minor.
Yeah.
I think
'Cause
Godcat might have something to say.
and okay, yeah, go ahead, Godcat. Are you there?
Yes, yes. I was sending a quick text. I was actually going to ask on behalf of Doughboy. He had a question for Therapy Nick. Would the fact that there's a security guard watching the cameras make up for the lack of other adults in the room?
Yeah, and that gets into UK police procedure and whatnot, and I have no clue. But generally speaking, best practice for those kinds of things would be at the very least someone watching, which clearly it looks like there is. But yeah, then it would be actually having someone physically present. But the way juveniles are dealt with it varies by jurisdiction wildly, so I'm honestly not sure.
And the other thing is that you were talking about how the boy would never be allowed to get away with the behavior that he engaged in there as well. Like
like that'd be a huge problem. Like a huge problem. Like I don't think there would be anyone that would want to be in a room with that. That's just that causes a lot of risk. Even if it's not like, oh, the woman getting just grown woman getting destroyed by a 13-year-old boy or something like that. But even just along the lines of now you have physical contact between that person and the forensic psychologist who's supposed to be independently and neutrally evaluating them. That's a big issue, and that's not something you would ever want to create. In fairness, she kind of generated that herself. That's something that seems to occur quite frequently, is she basically incurs countertransference the entire time and then just gets him completely riled up, and it turns into him having a complete dysregulatory outburst.
Yeah, someone was saying that you wouldn't necessarily engage with this situation in that way. Is that accurate? Like she doesn't do anything. She like keeps winding him up and winding him up and winding him up, as if she's going to get something out of that. Do you think that's accurate?
Yeah, like the feeling I got from it was highly adversarial, especially at certain points, and it was highly accusatory, and it was very clear that she herself was defensive, which is hugely problematic from a psychological assessment perspective. Like, that's not something you would ever want, and yet she seems to do it in spades throughout the entire thing, essentially.
And that's probably what would have gotten her. There would be concern expressed over her behavior, and maybe would she actually be reprimanded, or in your opinion, or
like probably should be. Yeah, I'm not sure what structured professional judgment framework she would possibly be using. That would, like, it doesn't look like anything. It's completely scattershot. Like her entire like dialogue with him is just all over the place. It seems to change, and she starts providing her, like, the masculinity part was really interesting, where she conveniently starts pontificating about what she thinks masculinity is, which is a huge no-no in a forensic setting. You would never ever do that, because you've utterly contaminated everything. Now you have no clue what this kid is going to tell you in the future. If he's super agreeable, he might agree with you despite what he actually believes. If he's super disagreeable, he might just disagree with you because, well, screw you. You can utterly contaminate everything. You've led them on. They don't get to say things in their own words. It's just, that's a huge problem. So stuff like that really shone through, where it's like you would probably never do that. Again, I'm not a forensic psychologist, nor do I want to be, but the reality is that from everything I know, that would not be a thing that would be happening. You would have that'd be recognized as a screw up. And in fairness, screw ups do happen. Like, you're doing long form interviews and you're likely to say a thing here and there, but not to that degree. That's insane. It seems to replicate across the entire interview.
Okay, so essentially we've pretty much ascertained that this isn't based in reality. It isn't based in observations of what actually happens in this circumstance, at least insofar as we know, because we're not seeing this from a position of the UK, and of course we know that the UK is barbaric and very retrograde. So maybe this does fly there. Like maybe there are gross violations of personal civil rights and all of this, and maybe they don't care. Maybe everything is cowboy cops over in the UK, and they would never have an issue with her contaminating the evidence, preloading questions, and all of that jazz. And that this just business as usual. After all, the UK doesn't even recognize statutory rape of male minors, and has gotten rid of juvenile detention for female for girls. So like they're not operating off of every piston there, shall we say. But but regardless, according to this, it sounds like this isn't based on reality. It's just a complete fiction. So the question is, what is it based on? And I believe that the answer is pretty obvious. It's based on feminist ideology. Like this woman is expressing feminist, like she's using feminist ideology to frame the situation that has occurred. And of course the feminist framework is that men and boys use violence to uphold patriarchy. And that and so they've constructed an entity in the boy that reflects their theories about the feminist Andronicus, the feminist man, and what the properties of the feminist man have to be in order for feminist theory to be correct. Like I use the Homo economicus as sort of a kind of an example of what the feminists are doing. The Homo economicus is the type of person that is required for economic theories to be correct. And so the feminist Andronicus is the type of man that's required for feminist theories to be correct. And he doesn't really seem to resemble actual men. Just like this boy, when Therapy Snack is watching his behavior, is saying, well, he appears to have multiple conflicting psychological disorders and personality disorders, and it ends up just feeling like a mishmash of cliches that feminists have about boys. Well, I mean, Therapy Snack didn't say that. He just said it just ends up feeling like a mishmash of different diagnoses, not a singular person. But yeah, that's what it is. It appears to be. What she's expressing is feminist theory about why men do violence. Because they're upholding patriarchy. Their entitlements to women's bodies. I mean, and that theory, that conjecture about reality, just absolutely cannot handle women and girls doing violence to boys. And that's why I think the whole subplot of the girl actually bullying the boy was just completely dropped. But there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you, Therapy Snack. Because you actually referred to the scenario that this depicts as absurd in the extreme, I think was your words. So what did you mean by that? Could you unpack that?
Well, insofar as what's presented is going to be, so the framing itself comes across as, I think, fairly clear to me. So I obviously did a bit of a deep dive into the literature for about 4 to 6 hours last week. And what comes up well and kind of does tie it all together to your point is that it does align fairly well with some of the feminist scholarship on incels and incel violence, where you see a common theme of basically, this might be a little bit difficult to explain, but almost a quasi like Lombrosian atavistic argument of basically these men are social throwbacks. They exist at a time before women's liberation, and women's liberation is a good thing because it's good, because women's liberation is good. It's great circular logic, but anyway, it shows up frequently. And really, these incels are men that are sexually entitled. You'll hear that quite a bit. What William Costello has had to address, I think, now more than once, insofar as they have also heightened expectations of mates. Like they want 10 out of 10 women, so they don't do like correct mate appraisal. They're not willing to settle for anything less than the best. Basically, they're a bunch of misogynistic throwback men who are used to living in the fictitious 1950s, and they're upset that they aren't getting what they want. That is the feminist construction of what an incel is in function.
Okay.
And I think Telenar might want to kick in here, maybe.
Telenar,
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, just briefly. I just had to look up the word Lombrosian, which is a cool term that I've just learned. So there's an Italian criminologist called Cesare Lombroso who asserted that criminals are a product of hereditary and atavistic factors and can be classified as definite abnormal type. So they're basically, the idea is that somehow the genes of like a ancient and more primitive human re-express themselves or something like that, and that's the cause of criminality. That's what you mean by that, right?
Basically, yeah. And this is its social analog, insofar as, yeah, they're socially throwbacks. They haven't evolved to our new progressive feminist future, if you will. And that's why they're having difficulties in engaging in violent misogynistic behavior. It's actually funny how well it actually does transfer over. But yeah, what you end up running into is that, and I'm kind of lost now here, but the point is that you do run into that fairly frequently, and they have that construction. It does not show up in the literature. That's the difficulty, is when we actually test these things and we actually do have the ability to run surveys on incels. So this is the other thing, is that conceptualization tends to come from quantitative analysis or qualitative analysis of forms. So a lot of the early research on incels, going back even further, incels are generally they're an online-only phenomenon for the most part, until they're not. That's typically when we start having issues. But they're an online-only phenomenon. They exist on forums, they hang out on forums, and they do their stuff largely in those kinds of environments. That has led to large amounts of basically trawling forums in order to do content analysis and thematic analysis of that content in order to ascertain what their beliefs are and all of these other kinds of things. The issue is that proper qualitative analysis, especially when we're doing thematic review and those kinds of things, and attempting to take a community and transpose it onto individuals, is that you can't really do credibility or validity analysis. So what you run into very quickly is that you can't ask people if whether or not what they posted on there was a shit post, and whether or not it was an episodic feeling that they don't actually hold to be true all the time, or like any of the caveats or anything else like that. It's just whatever you post online. And you'll be shocked to learn that people do actually lie online, and people also present a sense of self online that doesn't necessarily align with who they are in real life or what they actually believe, especially in social environments like online forums. So that became an issue. You run into people like William Costello and a couple other researchers who have obviously had the opportunity to actually survey specific individual people, and you start getting a far more nuanced view of what incels actually are, which are individuals that have obviously disparately high rates of depression, mental health concerns, even autism, high amounts of internalizing behaviors, so a lot of self-hatred, self-loathing, poor self-image, low self-confidence, rather than what we see through their online forum posting, which is kind of the more kind of over-the-top, crazy, highly toxic kind of behavior. It's all toxic, to be perfectly fair. Like, none of it's a great mindset to have or a great personality type to have to engage in, and you can argue the validity of why it exists in the first place. But the point is that at the end of the day, it's not the same thing. A lot of the feminist constructions are built around what we got from form analysis rather than what we're actually getting from individually surveying specific incels.
All right.
So basically, just looking at what they were saying on the forums, and yeah, part of the problem with this is you often get a lot of terminology and expressions that are not meant to be taken literally at any time, and everyone there sort of knows that, or at least most of the people there sort of know that, but it might not be very apparent unless you spend a lot of time there figuring out exactly what they mean by things. And I mean, a lot of people just don't have the time, or don't even know that they don't know this, and it's not like there's a lexicon that is officially adhered to for any of these ideas or concepts. So if you just, as you say, looking at what people post, then it's just an incredibly unreliable source of information, because you might not even understand what they mean when they say something, because they come up with their own terminology. They use words that are slightly different, as well as all those other problems that you said, which is you're not seeing what someone really thinks or their real self, or you might see what they really think at 3 a.m. when they just have felt like more incredibly alone and frustrated with their life than at any point ever before, and they just post something really angry and despairing about that, and that's not what they're normally like either. But so yes, so, very limited utility.
Yeah, so it's basically, this is based on old qualitative data from forums. So what's the new picture of incels, therapist Nick?
The new picture of incels is a population that tends to suffer from exceptionally higher rates of mental illness. Obviously, autism has been commented on more than a couple of times in some of the research. Obviously, significant amounts of self-loathing, things that kind of more constellate onto that vulnerable narcissism typology. Some of the other research I've seen that's been posted recently shows about a 20-20-40 split, with some outliers, obviously, for things like people who have high internalizing versus higher externalizing behaviors. So there's sub-cohorts as well. Incels are not like some kind of monolithic group of people. They have distinct subgroups within them of individuals, which I'm sure is actually not surprising to anyone who's probably seen incels insofar as being online, where some of them have extremely dark kind of views of things. Other ones are a little bit more hopeful. Some of them are in between. Some of them have issues with particular things on the dating market, while other ones are just, forlorn hope kind of feelings, highly fatalistic. And therefore, risk is also likely not evenly distributed. It's also not very high generally, as what's been kind of seen in the research. They're not particularly prone to violence, which is something that's probably perhaps useful to note in the context of adolescence.
Well, they're prone to directing violence towards themselves. I'm willing to bet they have a vastly higher rate of suicide than the general population.
Yes. Yeah, and that is a correct addition. Is where there is risk, it's largely to the self. It's not really to other people. And when it is to other people, it generally takes the form of homicidal suicidal, which is where you get the mass murder element, which is where lethality does spike, wherein obviously you can get very high ratios of, perpetrator to victim, which can be obviously really unfortunate for impact, but again, not a frequent phenomenon. You're correct. Most of it will be self-harm or will be obviously completing suicide or attempting, which is, again, the more frequent outcome.
So in terms of the believability of this scenario with adolescence, we're looking at actually, now that we've talked a bit about incels, and I'd like to add to that, I think they found that incels have less misogynistic views than men who do have relationships with women.
I think I've heard that. I haven't seen that anywhere.
Yeah, I've heard it as well. It's probably because, let's face it, the literature shows that sociopaths are actually more attractive to women, and not because they are physically attractive, but their personality styles are more attractive to women. And so the men who have sexual experience with women probably skew towards the psychopathic or the sociopathic end of the personality spectrum. So that might be, an element, but that's just a little bit of speculation. To just get back, so we're looking at, we see that the incel population tends to be actually less violent than the rest of the population. They tend to turn the violence inward in terms of suicide. They have mental health issues. They probably do regard themselves as being unattractive, but I've also heard that the allegation that incels have too high standards is not true. They actually have lower standards for partners than the average man. That's what I've heard. So what we're looking at in adolescence is, of course, a feminist-informed framework about incels, about men, and about where they come from. And honestly, considering all the factors, let me just, this might be a little bit controversial. Let's say we did this kind of a thing on Islamic extremism. Do you think that would fly if we presented this? this how a Muslim boy becomes an extremist through his religion, you know, and does something incredibly violent. Do you think that that would fly here? And yet the statistics for that situation are a lot higher than for this situation. You get what I'm saying? Nobody does. Okay, I don't know.
We understand. When you say you, we don't know which one of us you're referring to.
Yeah, well, whoever is willing to speak to that, because I know it's quite controversial. We can't present certain groups of people as being violent, even though there's more of a statistical correlation between what they believe and what they do than there is between so-called incel violence and incels, is what I'm saying. So if we made this correlation between any other group, we'd been in for a world of hurt. But incels, it's okay. I'm just pointing that out. Even though incels are the least violent, are actually less violent than average.
I don't know that they're necessarily less violent than average.
That's what I would have to get you the stats, but yeah, that's a recent survey into it found that they are less violent than average. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, like certainly they're not like virulently like just going on mass murdering sprees or anything like that, despite what Adolescence would tell you, at least with respect to predationary violence.
Yeah. And so this is and then the other thing is, how likely is knife crime to come out of a two-parent intact home? How likely is this kind of crime to come out of that scenario? This would be I'm asking you, Therapy Snack.
Like it does depend, but yeah, based on everything that's been presented, the family, the age of the child, the circumstances, and all of that. With him as he's presented psychologically, if we just take the psychopathic typology that he seems to be presented in, it's certainly heightened, except for the fact that it lacks all other contextual cues for psychopathy, except for how he's immediately presented in that 15-minute interview, and then what we can kind of discern from the context of the crime that he's alleged to have committed and all that other fun stuff. But yeah, other than that, not really. Like, again, people tend to forget how infrequent, quite frankly, all of this is, even individually. Like, most people don't go around murdering people because of things they saw online, or because of bad experiences. There's a lot that has to happen in order for someone to get to the place that
Yes.
he's in.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot that has to
largely
happen.
And it gets flattened very quickly, and I think that's probably one of my largest issues with it, is that it flattens a lot of very important stuff in order to go along the lines of what my best guess is more of a tabula rasa, like blank slate argument of socialization. Like, my best conceptualization of it, as far as I can tell based on what Telenar has said and from what I've seen, is that essentially Jamie got radicalized, had negative interactions with people, has, not great views of women necessarily, is isolated, doesn't have female friends, which, as Telenar notes, is not actually abnormal for his age group. And then, his father isn't super great, so maybe he socialized and learned it from his father a little bit too about anger control and those kinds of things, which does not equate to you engaging in an active, instrumental, premeditated, highly intimate violence and murder against a specific person who rebuffed you.
So, I mean, and what they're trying to present is that he was radicalized by the manosphere, I believe. However, from what I remember, and you guys need to correct me if I'm wrong, there wasn't actually a lot of radicalization presented. The only radicalization I can think of is the girl insulting him based on manosphere terminology that she apparently had internalized. Like, how does that translate to him being radicalized by the manosphere? Did you guys sort of notice that?
They had one scene where the cop interviews his son about red pill concepts. Says, oh my god, what do the emojis you guys use mean? And what's the 80-20 rule? And a couple of things like that. But a lot of that is just well, either internet chat room slang or a fairly accurate assessment of at least online romantic interaction, which is kind of not the best. And I would also like to add to this other thing that occurred to me while you were talking, which is you saying, oh, the incels are less likely to be misogynistic than the general population. Well, that is, I always wonder about these surveys because I wonder if they're just asking questions in a particular way, where if you, for example, have like if you just have had more experience with women, I think Doughboy kind of mentioned this as well, then you might just say, oh yes, men and women are more different from each other, or women
yeah, that's considered
more,
misogyny.
yeah, or they are emotionally different from each other, particularly, or women are weaker than men. And you think, well, I mean, they're probably talking about muscles here, so on average that's true, and you just say yes. Like, all those things could be considered, might be considered misogyny, and incels, as you say, might have less experience, might have gotten a lot of their beliefs about reality from feminists, whether they know it or not. But I believe Godcat has put a 1 in the chat and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Godtat.
You can't beat me to it, but I just want to point out just Nick that the show did try to stress that one of the contributing points to Jamie killing this girl was the cyberbullying she was inflicting upon him. But and as Telenar points out, there's this conversation between the cop father and son about the emojis, which has this message about the dangers of leaving your child on the internet unsupervised. But the show brushes it all. He does everything he can to brush it under the rug in favor of saying Andrew Tate did. Andrew Tate did.
Yeah, but Andrew Tate really isn't an incel, at least as far as I can tell. Oh,
No, but he's like the pillar that they all gather around as far as the show is concerned.
Okay, so we have a comment in the vertical chat. By the way, guys, if you want to send in a comment, feedthebadger.com/justthetip. You know, the usual way, and I'll get to it and read it. But, so Dave Under Duress says, I don't know, man, I think targeted resentment taught at such a young and suggestible age doesn't equal good social outcomes for anyone. No, it doesn't. Targeted resentment taught at a young age does not equal good social outcomes for anyone. Alright, but here's the problem with that. Girls have more hatred towards boys than boys have towards girls. And I've been recently reading a article, which I do not have on this terminal, so I can't give you the name, but girls actually hate boys and regard boys as being worse than girls at a very young age, right? So they see boys as being bad. They see boys as being mean and nasty at a very young age, and that's far more common in girls than it is in boys. Is that a problem? I mean, I know people will then appeal to violence, but girls are capable of violence, right? In the UK right now, there's a gang of girls who, as I mentioned before, there's no juvenile detention facility to send them to, so who knows what's going to happen to them, who beat a 75-year-old man to death on a subway. Just kicked him to death, right? That's so girls are capable of some extreme and shocking violence, and yet they're far less likely to be held accountable either for their hatred towards the opposite sex or their violence towards the opposite sex, because there is also some definite indications coming out of the U.S. that teenage girls engage in a considerable amount of domestic and sexual abuse in their relationships of their partners. So this is not a situation where girls are sugar and spice and everything nice. So is that radicalization of girls? Are we going to talk about that and where it comes from? Because it doesn't come from Andrea Tate. It comes from their teachers. It comes from the academic beliefs around patriarchy. Girls are told that boys are unfairly advantaged, that they have male privilege, and that they engage in horrific violence in order to uphold their privilege. all of which are concepts that have never been subject to any kind of academic rigor. They've just been accepted whole cloth. So are we going to address that? If it's such a concern that boys are hateful towards girls, why isn't the reverse a concern at all? Okay. Does anyone want to speak to that? I think Doughboy has a comment. Go ahead.
He has a comment, but we agreed that I would read it out loud.
That's fine. I just want to inform you guys that I can hear you even when I leave my desk to go attend to the activities of the Void Cat, I can still hear you. In this case, I'm going to pick up my laptop so I can get you guys the name of that study. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So this is the comment from Doughboy. Adolescence consistently suffers from telling, not showing. The best example comes from comparing Jamie's father with Katie's best friend. Jamie's father is described in dialogue as having a temper problem, giving an anecdote where he destroyed the family shed. But the show depicts his anger as being responses to highly stressful situations, having police invade his home, damage his property, terrify his family, and arrest his youngest child. Strangers demanding to a strip search of his underage son, and having 2 teenage boys vandalize his car, jeer at him in front of his house, and stalking his family to the store. Notably, he's barely violent minus his shaking and throwing down one of the stalkers. Contrast that with Jade. Dialogue establishes her as Katie's best friend and implies that she has a difficult home life. To my memory, she is never described as having a temper problem, but her first act in the show is to disrespect the police officers who are investigating her friend's murder. Her next major appearance shows her punching Jamie's friend and kicking him while he's on the ground. Granted, he gave Jamie the knife, but I don't think she knew that. Even so, it was an act of unprovoked violence. While Jade's behavior can be blamed on her youth, it's telling that the series never suggests that she might be at risk of becoming homicidal, while implying that Jamie's dad indirectly inspired his murderousness. End comment. Yeah, well, my commentary was to say what you just said, so unfortunately, yeah, nothing else. Yes, leaving none for the rest of us, and now we're lying here dying.
Right. Okay, sorry guys. So let me just explain what I said. Here is the chaos agent, the agent of chaos. Right? If you want entitlement, thy name is Cat. Okay, down you go. All right. So what I said, and I apologize for my audio input being muted, is that actually, you know what? Since they didn't even get to hear my commentary, go ahead, Telenar. We heard Doughboy's statements, and then Telenar said that I basically sucked the commentary out of the room. So, and they didn't. The people on the stream, they haven't even heard it. So, take it away, Telenar.
All right. Yeah, so the commentary we made was in relation to what Doughboy discussed, which was Jade, a friend of the murdered girl in the show. And so, first of all, of course, she acts very violently and is disrespectful to the police that she knows are investigating her friend's murder. But she's also treated very differently when they try to enforce consequences. Like, she, at one point, does something very serious, which is basically sucker punch a boy and knock him over onto the ground and start kicking him. And I believe they're standing on asphalt at that point. So you can potentially really hurt someone if you do that. And she's really old enough to know she shouldn't be doing this. But the teacher basically goes in and says, oh, if you're having any problems, you know you can talk about them, and handles her very much with kid gloves. And tries to help her with her feelings and all that sort of thing. And they're arguably nicer to her in those few minutes than anybody in a position of institutional power is towards Jamie at any point in the entire show. So it's pretty massive double standard, one would think. But on the other hand, it's different because she's a girl. And the other thing that the Silencer-in-Chief and, what was it, a tender of kittens told us, which was there are literally gangs of girls who, in one case recently, kicked a 75-year-old man to death. And, well, there's no national outcry about the Femosphere or Andrea Tate or anything like that. And they may not even have the legal means with which to deal with them. They may not have anywhere they can put them in terms of a prison or anything like that. So they just might get a very, very light treatment for what they deliberately did. But
well, of course they're going to light treatment. Yeah, there's no horrifying movie. Like, honestly, it would be great. Netflix can do a movie and they could call it Unaccountable. Adolescence, Unaccountable. And they can do it about a gang of horrifying girls who think that their violence is justified because, old dude, part of the patriarchy. or just that they don't care. They're just psychos. And then we can follow their process where they smash an elder gentleman's face in, like a bunch of female droogs, and then they kick him to death. And then we can follow the process where the UK is like, oh, you poor dears. Well, we can't imprison you. We don't have any prison to send you to. So I guess we'll put you in therapy and give you, well, maybe we'll do some self-esteem therapy, because obviously you don't esteem yourselves enough. If you did, girls don't do this thing. Those don't do violence. That unless they have poor self-esteem as a result of patriarchal oppression. Let's give you some extra self-esteem, right? And then we can just watch them do it again, and then they can have more self-esteem therapy, and then they can do it again, and then we can ask them, oh, why do you keep doing this? Oh, because I just love to hear an old person's hip break under my boot. More self-esteem therapy. That's surely going to work. Like, this is the horrifying thing. I'm being a bit hyperbolic. But there's, like, literally, where are they going to go? They've killed a man. They've beaten him to death. You think stabbing is awful? Beating someone to death is actually even more deranged in some ways. Right? They've beaten this dude to death. They're not going to go to prison. They're not going to see a day of time. Right, at most they might get community service and some kind of oversight, but feminists got rid of juvenile detention facilities for girls in the UK, so they're not gonna go anywhere. They're not gonna be punished. So they'll just be back out on the street. The only thing they'll have learned from that is nobody's gonna hold them accountable. Right? Because girls apparently aren't like that or something. And then they present this nonsense about boys, that somewhere lurking in every boy is a horrible murderer just waiting to burst out if Andrew Tate clowns around about some stupid thing. Like, people dislike Andrew Tate for a lot of reasons. I dislike him because he's an anti-intellectual. And I'm not like, I don't mean credential. I mean, he's anti-learning. And also he's a pornographer that found God. I mean, if you're gonna fucking, like, oh god, now I'm swearing. If you're gonna be like, oh my god, she's a porn actress and she suddenly found God. Yeah, well, that's the same thing he did. He's a frickin' pimp who found God. Like, good lord. When he got a little too old and was no longer could use the lover boy method to enact his whatever. And he probably is in Islam just because he's allowed to have 4 wives. So it's still a thing. It's still a hedonistic reason. Anyway, we got a super chow. Clyde lives, $5. It seems like children are generally psychopathic, but boys more so held to adult standards in this regard. Well, any standard, really. And yes, kids do go through sort of a period of psychopathy as they're developing their theory of mind and their ability to relate to other people and to control their impulses. But yes, boys are expected to grow up. Are girls? Are girls ever actually told to hold themselves to the standard of behavior towards someone else? Certainly not consistently. Oh, okay. All right, so let me see if there's anybody who wants to speak. I just have to go over here.
Therapy Sneck, I think you can jump
Therapy
in.
Sneck, if you wish. Maybe he's going to defend Andrew Tate.
Oh, no. Yeah, so the part of it, as well as just the level of intentionality that's subscribed to these kinds of acts. So part of it is that you can kind of tell that there's a bit of an angle, or so it seems rather, that there's a bit of an angle for kind of a control theory model with respect to all of this. And I think I'd kind of alluded to that when I was talking earlier, where it was, Jamie's kind of doing his thing where he's demanding that, she sit down instead and you don't get to tell me what to do and you get that through your small little tiny head or whatever. And a couple other facets. What's interesting, of course, is that really, other than for psychopathy, doesn't really show up. It's not a thing, which I thought was kind of interesting. There's this attempt at basically applying kind of a psychopathy typology to, quite frankly, all male behavior, which is kind of curious. I've noticed that quite frequently, whether that be in intimate partner violence and intimate partner abuse, which, of course, when we actually look into the statistics, is not how that works. They're generally highly dysfunctional people. They're not part of some grand strategy game of psychopathic control and dominance. Yet that's kind of the element that's given to incels in particular. Essentially, what seems to show up quite frequently, and why I have a problem with a lot of the feminist approach, other than significant issues with falsifiability, operationalization, and all of that, which are huge issues, by the way, is that there's this over-ascription of psychopathy. Like, psychopaths only make up, depending on where you are, about 1 to 3% of the human population. Higher if you're obviously in prisons, but it's extremely low, and therefore has no explanatory power when we're talking about these kinds of issues. It doesn't work. The scale's too large.
Right. So basically, if something is so widespread that it's 10 or 20 or 50% of the population doing it, it's definitely not psychopathy. That's just not possible. That's one thing you're saying. And when you use the term operationalization, excuse me for stumbling, that just means it has no usability or applicability. We can't use this to affect the world in any meaningful way. Is that right?
Kind of, yeah. Operationalization in a research setting, it generally refers to the ability to actually essentially define and test terms. Can you test it? What are its aspects? What are its parameters? What is it? That comes up a lot with misogyny in particular, which is kind of what I was alluding to, and I know it's been discussed earlier, where it is an extremely poorly operationalized concept. What it means, what its definitions are, what the threshold is for being a misogynist varies wildly in the literature.
It almost sounds like the new wave way of saying quantifiable, but with a little bit of extra stuff added on. Anyway, we should just send them all a picture of Allison and say, just use this. Solve that problem.
Use this for what? I'm confused.
Operationalizing misogyny.
Oh, I am the operation. So I am how you operationalize misogyny. I see. That's I don't know what you're trying to say there. Okay, so I did have a thing that we could respond to if you guys want. It's that that woman who did a discussion of adolescence. It's definitely gets a lot of attention, which is sort of depressing if you think about it, because this is such a false narrative based on premises that have never been subject to any kind of academic rigor. But let me see if I can find that that study that I was promising. And give me a second here. Yes, I know that this was not ejected properly. Alright. Enjoying each other's company. Accept non-essential cute. Gaining other gender friendships promotes positive gender attitudes among ethnically diverse children. So, oh yeah, this was the one that I got you to send me, Sneck, recently.
Yep.
And I don't know if you read it, but they really
briefly.
They really hide the results really deep. Like, they have multiple things that they're doing with this. Let me just put this up here so I can actually do all the things at once. I have like 4 screens open now. Okay, so they have a conclusion section. They have a limit implication section, and they actually hide some of the conclusions in the implication section. And I'm trying to find that right now. Okay, so the ethnic differences. And let me see. It can be a little difficult to find this stuff. Discussion. So they have a discussion, an implications, and a conclusion. And what was really noteworthy for me is that they didn't have anywhere in the conclusion anything about how girls were showing a greater degree of distaste and dislike for boys than the reverse. You actually have to go up above the from the conclusion, the implications, and into the discussion, which is like 3 sections before the end. Okay. Which contribute to these ethnic differences. Unexpectedly, we found no significant links in either direction. And it's really funny because they had to actually blame boys for... Okay, so here we go. Negative feelings. We expected to find a bi-directional and negative relation between negative feelings experienced with the other gender and the number of other gender friends. Okay, that's not it. Believe me, it's really hard to navigate a document that's just gigantic flippin' paragraphs. You know, I wish academics would learn to use more paragraphs.
Already on it.
Yeah? You're actually encouraging that? Okay, here we go. It's group variation in other gender attitudes. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to go off the screen while I'm trying to do this. Alright. Don't show me the brightness. I don't need to see the brightness. I got too many things I'm juggling here, including a cat. You guys don't know that. You can't see her. But she's here doing things. Being an obstacle. But you know, that's what she does. Alright, so girls also reported... girls report less positive cognitions about boys than boys did of girls, similar to past findings, which may suggest that girls widely believe the boys are bad stereotype. Girls also reported experiencing more negative and anxious feelings with boys than boys did with girls. Girls' greater negativity and some of their other gender attitudes could possibly be due to aversion to many boys' rough and tumble play styles and more competitive way of interacting with each other, as well as actual negative experiences of teasing, harassment, and exclusion by boys. So the fact that girls have a negative view of boys is boys' fault. Do you think they would say that if it was boys who had more of a negative view of girls? I don't think so.
It would if they were being honest.
Yeah, but, I mean, and then the other thing is that they never mention the possibility that maybe a lot of girls have these... Oh, I can't put it there. The Oi cat is there. Maybe girls have these negative feelings about boys Because they're told that boys have unearned privilege that they engage in violence against girls to maintain. Have we considered that? No. And all of this is okay. It's okay that girls don't like boys. We don't have to worry about that. That's fine. Right? And not only is it okay that girls don't like boys, it's probably boys' fault. It probably has nothing to do with the saturation of the narratives around boy privilege and boys using violence to uphold their privilege and all that crap against girls. No. It doesn't have anything to do with this kind of narrative around incels. No. Okay? None of that. It's just on boys. And also it's okay. Why do they even ask girls if they don't like boys? Like, if it's not going to inform anything, why do you do that? I mean, I'm glad you do, because it at least starts to poke holes into your theories about who hates whom and who's radicalized against whom. And incidentally, for all of you who think that, oh, it just doesn't matter that girls don't like boys, another study that's looking into the millennial shift, and the millennial shift is the fact that they're finding that more millennial girls engage in sexual violence than millennial men. Actually, I guess they're women now. They're more millennial, and I believe Zoomers would be included in this. So more younger generations of women, that's pre-Gen X or post-Gen X, are engaging in more sexual violence than previous generations of men and women and the current generation of boys and men. Right? So I ran the statistics, and you're looking at 2 to 3, I think, times more use of weapons to force sex among the younger generation of girls than the younger generation of girls and women than the younger generation of boys and men. And what they've found is that negative attitudes towards boys and men correlate to a woman engaging in sexual violence against them. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem to with men, but it does with women, at least in the study that I was looking at. So these girls are being taught to be toxic towards boys, to view boys in toxic ways, and then as they get older, they express this anger and hatred that they've been taught for boys in terms of sexual violence towards boys and men. Sounds like a bit of a problem, huh? But do we care? No, we don't care. And in fact, the people that control the narrative around this would call me a misogynist for pointing this out. All right. Anybody want to crawl in there and make a comment? I will send that study to you, Therapy Sec. I think I already have sent it through resources, but it may be a ways back, so it might be hard to find. But yeah, it's a while back. That they've been looking at the. Are you asking for the millennial shift, or the study about hatred in its effect on sexual violence in boys and men and men and women?
Yeah, more the hatred one.
Okay. All right.
That one is linked in the chat, isn't it? Doughboy put the link.
No. That's the girls. That's the younger girls and boys one. There's actually one that links hatred to, or you're not talking about that. There's one that links hatred in women to sexual violence against men. I'm just looking through the. Okay, it's going to take me a while. I'll have to find it. Like, I don't... there's nothing that I have currently that really sorts all of these resources in a way that's really efficient, that I can find really quickly here. But anyway, so I will do that, if that's what you wish. And does anyone want to make comment? No, it's not lit by black lights. It's just blue LEDs. All right, so let's look at my the thing that I. Would you like to do that? Just take a little bit of a look at this lovely piece.
Sure.
of defense of and just tell me if you can hear it.
What is going on with young men right now? And why does it feel scary?
Do you guys, can you hear that?
I don't hear anything right now.
I can't hear it.
Can't hear it.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Oh, I might have to share it in here. Just give me a second. Here we go. Here we go. File on in, and let's go on this magical carpet ride. Are you in?
I'm in. I'm watching your stream.
Okay, let's go.
What is going on with young men right now? And why does it feel scary?
Can you hear it? You guys good? We good to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Adolescence is a cultural intervention. In 4 tense, real-time episodes, each shot in a single take, it dives deep into the heart of a crisis that's been quietly building for years. Toxic masculinity.
Never say going to bed. Going to bed is emasculate. Cowards need sleep. I'm going to work.
Online radicalization.
Life for a man is harder than life for a woman. We need to have a lot of
Okay. So apparently Andrew Tate is on a warpath against sleep. And they're taking this seriously? I'm pretty sure the man sleeps. Unless he's some kind of demon from the abyss of hell and he just, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe that's why he lost all of his hair. I don't know.
He just attaches himself to the ceiling like a bat.
Well, I think he's talking about being lazy generally in that clip. That's the impression I get.
So it's just excessive sleeping. That makes a lot more sense.
I mean, that is something you can do when you're depressed. You just sleep way too much.
Okay, so here we have, what does he say? And this is the big radicalizing statement.
life for a man is harder than life for a woman.
Life for a man is harder than life for a woman. Okay, we're doing this in the UK context. Well, let me float something here that's based on the stuff that we've discussed so far, right? And it really frustrates me that this won't get much viewership at all. Everybody just wants to buy into this crap. But I just talked about how the fact is that girls who engage in criminal violence in the UK, there's nowhere to send them to. So there's no consequences there. Like, doesn't that make life harder for boys? I'm not saying it's wrong, but it certainly makes life harder for boys if there are actual consequences for them if they engage in criminal violence or alleged to engage in criminal violence. And there's no consequences for girls in the same way. There's no incarceration. Right there. Isn't that life harder for boys? And in fact, while they got rid of juvenile detention facilities in the UK for girls, they've actually okayed the use of tasers and pepper spray on girls or boys in juvenile detention facilities in the UK. So they are literally making life harder for boys. And then the other thing is that they found that teachers, for no particular reason, actually mark boys lower on tests. Does that not make life harder for boys? Right? Plus, the UK doesn't protect them from sexual violence in the way that it protects girls. Doesn't that make life harder for boys? Like, okay. But this is the big radical statement, isn't it? Shall we continue, or does anyone want to make commentary? Oh yeah. Oops. One at a time. Actually, I'll just wait till you guys put in a one. Let's go.
We need to have a lot of to be an important man. To be a woman, you need makeup.
And the rise of male violence.
Well, isn't the, like, didn't we, okay, I can't help but recall, not a couple days ago, we were talking about how there's a crisis in men because there aren't enough men who are financially attractive to women, right? And there isn't a crisis, there was never a crisis in women who were considered unfinancially attractive to men, even when women earned considerably less than men. That was never a thing, as far as I remember. So are we having a crisis in the higher expectations, higher financial expectations of men? and they're not living up to it, or are we not? Like, is it just because Andrew Tate is saying it? Okay, Telenar.
Yes. With regards to the 3 teenage girls who attacked the 75-year-old man recently in the UK, they have apparently been charged with manslaughter.
Manslaughter.
So, yeah. So, I mean, something might happen, and I think the no means of locking up teenage girls, I think it was just a bunch of feminists who proposed that, so...
No, it's done.
Is it?
It is.
Oh, it's done?
Yes.
Oh, God, really? Wow.
No, that's done. You're
Well,
talking about the no mean... The feminists are also proposing to get rid of detention facilities for adult women. That may be what you're thinking about.
Oh, God, maybe.
Yes, and that's the next thing. That'll be the next thing. Now that they've successfully done juvenile for girls in the UK, they'll be going after women's prisons. Okay. And manslaughter for beating a 75-year-old man to death. I mean, he wasn't dead when they left him, but he died later of his injuries. That's only manslaughter, huh? Wow, okay.
Especially against women, often at shockingly young ages. Created by...
Yeah, it's about 14 a year. And this is I think there's like 100 million in the UK? There must be more than 100 million. It's more like, 200 million? How many people are, what's
80
the pop?
or 90 million?
80 or 90 million in the UK population.
Possibly less.
The UK population is 80 or 90 million. Let me just, UK.
That's possibly an unofficial number. The official number, I think, is 60 or 70 million.
Oh, 68. Okay. I actually ran the numbers. This is statistical noise. No offense. And also, considerably more boys commit suicide. And we're finding out that a lot of that is due to actual domestic violence. Right? So that's a huge problem. And yet, what do we focus on? I didn't realize this guy. When we watched this, did you guys
Graham,
know?
Who also plays Jamie's dad. And
the creator was the dad.
I just found that out this evening.
Creepy.
written by Jack Thorne. Adolescence begins with a family in crisis. A 13-year-old boy, Jamie Miller, is arrested after unaliving a female classmate. This show is not a mystery show. It's a psychological autopsy, a dissection of how a kid ends up here.
No, it isn't. It's a psychological...
Literally not.
It's not. It is not a dissection.
None of the elements of a psychological autopsy. In fact, it spits in the face of every psychological autopsy we have on incel killers. It's like, yeah, it's literally the complete opposite. It is someone's fantasy.
And it centers the question that we keep avoiding. What is happening to our boys, our men? The answer...
Are we really... We keep avoiding it. Why are we avoiding that question?
Or at least one we'll explore in this video, is this. A lot of young men right now are spiraling down a digital rabbit hole that teaches them to resent women because they've never been shown.
Women can't debate without resorting to insults because they're so emotionally driven. Yeah, but is that wrong?
They've never been shown how to accept themselves. And the girls around them...
They've never been shown how to accept themselves. You know what this rhetoric is from? It's from like the 90s. Boys are secretly girls and they're being forced by patriarchy to disavow their feminine selves. That's where this comes from.
They're left to carry that damage, like they always have been. A lot of men are down bad right now.
Who is left to carry that damage? Did anyone catch that? Did anyone catch that one? Okay,
maybe we should turn on closed captions.
Yeah, maybe we should. Okay. Good point.
They're being shown how to accept themselves. And the girls around them, they're left to carry that damage.
The girls are left to carry that damage. So we're not going to address the fact that in Adolescence the girl was a bully using manosphere talking points to create to insult the boy. We're just not going to talk about that. That's okay. Of course not. All right, let's keep going.
like they always have been. A lot of men are down bad right now. There is a male loneliness epidemic.
It is pretty clear. Partnerless men, childless men, they don't do so well. In fact, they do terribly. And in modern society, that's a problem.
Depression rates among young men are rising. Male loneliness is quietly becoming one of the most serious public health crises we're not talking about. And for many of them, especially those who struggle with connection, intimacy, or rejection, life without meaningful relationships, especially with women, can start to feel unbearable.
Why aren't they able to form relationships anymore? Anyone? Nobody? Okay.
And when you're in that state, when you're isolated...
Oh, Godcat, go ahead.
Because all avenues to approach women are deemed as unwanted harassment.
I guess you're right.
Every single
Except, I guess, dating apps. But the odds are so... they're not in your favor.
isolated, angry, and confused, the manosphere shows up with easy answers.
Men have to earn their value. Women don't.
It offers...
Is that really an easy answer, though? Like,
it's a simple answer, but it's, oh yeah, the simple answer is it's going to be hard.
Yeah, the simple answer is, yeah, it's going to be hard for you. That's, is that really... I don't know. It just seems a little bit odd. Okay.
A script. It's not your fault. Women are the problem. The system is rigged. Just wake up. It feels like empowerment, but it's actually a trap.
Okay, so when is it okay to punch your wife? You know, that was in response to Jezebel's article, Triumphalism for Women Engaging in Violence Against Men.
Like empowerment, but it's...
Women, it's time for you to man...
John the Other.
Yeah, John the Other. That's a voice we haven't heard for a time, or a name we haven't heard for a while. So, John the Other says, women, it's time for you to man up. You're using this as an evidence of what?
It's actually a trap. Because instead of helping men heal or grow, it feeds the very pain they're trying to escape. And what?
It feeds the very pain they're trying to escape. By recognizing the pain that men are in, it feeds the pain that they're trying to escape.
What makes Adolescence hit so hard is that it doesn't sensationalize. It doesn't give us a clean villain. It just holds up a mirror. It reflects something that a lot of women have been feeling for a long time.
It reflects something that a lot of women have been feeling for a long time. Therapy snack. Go ahead.
They've been feeling a poorly constructed and poorly written mini documentary series. I'm confused.
I don't know.
I don't know how you feel that, but whatever.
That male insecurity, when nurtured in the wrong spaces, doesn't just stay online. It turns into entitlement, then rage, then harm. Jamie played with eerie realism by...
Okay. Well, I just went through the whole causal relationship between women's hatred of men and their sexual violence towards men. Okay.
By first-time actor Owen Cooper is not cartoonishly evil. He's not character.
Yes, he's cartoonishly evil. We just went through that. He's a ridiculous Frankensteinian creation that's not consistent with any specific mental health issue. He just has them all like a grab bag, a pinata of personality disorders. Is that wrong, Therapy Snack? I mean, this is what he's saying. He's not a cartoonish evil, and yet he is absolutely a caricature. Okay.
Yeah, like what he is, he's an amalgamation of disparate typologies of what you would expect in someone who would do something like this or would engage in violence. He's mixed match with the predatory instrumental violence type, which tends to be his more accurate appraisal.
Sure, and that's what makes him all the more
patched in with, again, his more like vulnerable narcissist, apparently, you know, incel, shunned kind of typology, which you don't really get to exist at the same time, but they do in this.
So basically, he's not just a caricature. He is a baker's dozen of caricatures, all in one character. And that's considered not being a caricature. That's depth, you see. So if you create something that can't exist in reality, that has multiple contradicting personality disorders in one, that's just depth. That's not poor character. That's not poor research. That's just creating nuance.
More terrifying because what he is familiar. A lonely kid growing up online, exposed to voices like Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and others pushing a version of masculinity built on dominance.
Who was the one who bullied him based on this vision of masculinity based on sexual prowess?
Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate.
So Andrew Tate was the one who bullied them. I thought it was the girl.
Emotional detachment and control. He's not indifferent to women, he fixates on them, desires them, but also fears and resents their power. Katie, the girl that...
So what, you know that you have constructed a caricature. You know, this is like watching someone analyze a caricature of black people from like the 20s and saying, and this we see the black soul in action, the true black character. Like, would you accept that?
Jamie likes, rejects him, and mocks him publicly on Instagram by calling him an incel. And that word cuts him, but it doesn't just insult him, it names his fear that he's undesirable. Don't even let me be! Invisible.
And you don't
powerless.
have, like, seriously, like, women don't have this fear, and we've had a whole bunch of movements in order to make the world conform to women's fear that they're undesirable because they're fat, ugly, not white, etc.
And instead of sitting with that discomfort or being taught how to process it, Jamie reacts in the way he's seen modeled online, with rage. His best friend gives him...
Where is it modeled to react with rage? I don't even think that... And also, why is it so confusing to these people that a group of people who is consistently demonized and consistently subjected to more consequences than another group of people might have developed a bit of anger over that discrimination? Like, why is that so baffling? Like, boys know, they must have figured out that they get marked lower than girls. They must have figured out that their violence is treated as more serious than girls. And there's no way to get around it. Like, if you're gonna get rid of consequences for girls' violence, you are treating boys' violence as more serious than girls. Right? They must realize and see this. That they're expected to take responsibility for domestic violence and sexual assault, but girls are not expected to do the same for the behavior that they do towards others. Like, you'd understand why a group of people experiencing that would get angry. But no, they're being modeled. Like, the reason why they're angry is because somebody is modeling that anger. Okay. All right, go ahead, Therapy Snack.
One of the big things that this tends to do is there's this constant interest in basically associating belief systems with outcome. And that's rather problematic for a number of reasons, not the least of which being is that it tends to ignore the etiology, the origin of the behavior. So for example, by pretending that, and she actually alludes to this, it's kind of the boy next door kind of ambiance that she seems to be going for. I might be using terms incorrectly with respect to that. I'm not a literary person, but the point is that you have this kind of belief of, like, basically it's probabilistic. You have all these boys, they've all been radicalized, and eventually one of them is going to snap and apparently commit, again, a highly organized, planned, premeditated, targeted, instrumental homicide. That's not how this works. There's this innate belief in people that people who commit, like, highly instrumental, predated murder, or honestly even mass murder, suicide, are just like the kid next door who just took too much. There's a very common, like, psychology aspect to it. It's not supported in any credible scientific research. That's not how we approach crime risk anymore. We understand that there's a neurobiological substrate that results in these behaviors, and treating an entire category of people who happen to have similar life circumstance or similar concern, or perhaps maybe do have various mental health disorders or behavioral or personality issues, like narcissistic personality, but the vulnerable type, as equivalent or somehow on the edge of becoming some kind of murderer is asinine, quite frankly. That's not how this works.
They're not just treating vulnerable narcissists as being on the edge of murder. They're treating boys as being on the edge of murder. It's not just a category of personality disorder. It's an entire sex.
Well, that's what I didn't go to the entire sex thing, but that's just one cohort here. But yes, in this case specifically incels, but yes, insofar as this person in particular, it's going further than that, of course, saying that boys and men in general are having this problem, and they're all getting, and again, it's not probabilistic in that regard. That's not correct framing for how any of this works or how we would actually understand any of this to work. It's not a probabilities game, at least not in the way people would understand it to be. People are not blank slates. They're not simply socialized into committing murder. That's not how this works.
Yeah, but the idea is that this is something inherent to boys and not to girls, even though we already see girls murdering in horrific ways.
A knife just to scare her. But it doesn't stop there. All that rejection, shame, and the confusion bubbles over, and it ends in a tragedy that we can't name directly here, but you know what happens. The show isn't based on one specific case, but it could be.
Is that how you say that this is a lie? It's not based on one specific case. Yeah,
no, you paused it correctly. She just meant to say the show isn't based at all.
Graham himself said in interviews.
I read an article in the paper. It was about a young boy who stabbed a young girl to death. And then there was, a couple of months later on the news, there was a piece about a young boy who stabbed a young girl to death. And these were at opposite ends of the country.
Yes, you are a very large country, and very unlikely events are going to happen in a very large country. Still doesn't change the fact that this is a very small event. And in fact, there's recently there was an update on a boy who was bullied by girls into committing suicide in the UK. I don't know if you guys seen that. And one of the girls actually went to his funeral and took a picture of his open casket, who bullied him to death. Like, that's gotta be some level of psychopathy. Sociopathy. Okay, let's keep going. All right, wait, do I have a number? Anyone? Okay, Godcat, go ahead.
Hi, it's a small thing, but I just wanted to comment on the fact that she is just very afraid of using the word kill, despite discussing a show that heavily revolves around it.
Yeah, it's probably because she doesn't want to be demonetized on YouTube or something. Like,
I guess so. It's just
not all of us. Yeah, not of all.
It's just very challenging to hear unalive, or I can't say it, but you know it. Yeah.
Well, it's just because YouTube demonetizes and reduces your scope of. But let's.
Really honest with you, Jim. I just, it hit my heart, and I just think, what kind of a society we live in at the moment, where young boys are stabbing young girls.
14 a year in a population of 68 million. That's how many girls are stabbed, period. Not all of them by boys. And nobody's ready to have the conversation about, who specifically, what demographics those boys come from. And you might think I'm talking about ethnicity. No, I'm talking about single mother homes.
Girls. And that beautiful saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, I just thought, what if we're all kind of accountable? The education system, parenting, the community, the government.
It was inspired by a disturbing trend, a wave of real-life stories involving young...
There is no wave of real-life stories involving young men.
Men, misogyny, and violence. And the terrifying thing is, it's happening more often. The question isn't why did...
There's more violence in the UK, I guess. And the reason why is a complete mystery. Must be Andrew Tate. Okay. I think it was you, Telenar, that sent through that particular chart. Was it you, the chart? Do you remember? Of
I don't think it was me.
Of Origin, people.
Oh, yes, it was.
Yes,
That one, yes.
Yes, it was you. Okay, but let's keep going.
Jamie do this, it's why are so many boys starting to think like Jamie? Jamie doesn't lash out because he feels nothing for women. He lashes out because he feels too much and hasn't been given.
Wow. He lashes out because he feels too much for women. Okay. Are these murders really increasing in frequency, or is the media just highlighting it more like mass suicide? Yes, the murders are increasing in frequency because UK, and this is what nobody's allowed to say, is importing groups of people from very, very fractious societies who embrace violence as a solution a bit more than, let's say, the standard many generations native of the UK.
The tools to handle those emotions. And online, there are entire communities waiting to tell him, it's not your fault. She deserved it. You're the real victim here. There's one piece of...
There's entire communities telling you're the real victim. Starting to... Because it's not your fault. You're the real victim here.
There's one piece of toxic...
Yeah, okay, so the statement that she said that over is, if you don't want to experience backlash, don't insult people. Alright.
Masculinity, rhetoric... deserved it. You're the real victim here. There's one piece of toxic masculinity rhetoric that kind of plays out in this film. The infamous 80-20 rule.
80% of women are attracted to 20% of men. Woman, you must trick them because you'll never get them in a normal way. 80% of women are cut off for, oh, she's saying he's an incel. That.
It's a toxic little stat that turns...
It's a toxic little stat. If there was a situation in which 80% of men, or men found 80% of women unattractive, would it be considered some kind of female supremacy movement to recognize it? Like, how come nothing is ever equal here? Oh, go ahead, Godcat.
Well, just building off what you're saying, any how do I put this? Anything that appeals to what men would prefer, that shows like the most attractive woman of all, is considered sexist because it intimidates the women who do not reach that beauty standard.
Yes, but even recognizing that women might have an equivalent beauty standard for men is considered to be toxic. Okay.
Stating into a rigged game and encourages resentment towards women for simply having...
Oh, hey, this is, I think this is the home maths chart.
Choice.
That encourages resentment towards women for simply having choice.
And encourage...
Okay, so what you're saying is that this is true, but the problem is that it's encouraging resentment to recognize that it's true among incels? Okay, go, Godcat.
Alright, sorry. I just wanted to be a little cheeky here. I'm just gonna be cheeky here. I've been told that the oppressed have the right to hate their oppressors. And those who are privileged need to just put it up with the hate. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Encourages resentment towards women for simply having choice. In Jamie's case, it becomes a...
So you're recognizing that women are making this choice. All right.
Kind of twisted logic.
And also, like I said, if men were saying that 80% of women are unattractive, yes, we only want the women who are like in the top 20% of looks and youth and beauty and all of that, would we say that women are sexist against men for noticing? Right? Or would we actually say that women's resentment towards men's lookism, ageism, fat phobia is actually righteous? Indignation over men's unfair expectations of women. Because we just got through that she's recognizing that women, 80% of women choosing 20% of men, is incels being upset at women's choices. So we've just confirmed that women are making that specific choice or something resembling it. And if men were doing that, they were only attracted to the top 20% of young, attractive, slim women. Would we not say that women's resentment over that state of affairs is not entitlement, but righteous indignation? Go ahead, Telenar.
I was just going to say that if that stat is accurate, then she's saying she's actually avoiding taking responsibility and accountability, because it's not just being upset that women can make choices, it's being upset at the specific choices women are making and have made. So, avoiding responsibility yet again.
Sorry about that. I had to fiddle with the thermostat. Okay.
If women don't want him, it must be them, not him. And in a world where traditional gender roles are shifting and women...
If women don't want him, it must be women's fault and not his. Okay? If men don't want women of a certain race, a certain weight category, a certain facial structure, a certain age, what is that? Is that on women for feeling entitled to men's sexual attention? Or is it on the men for having shallow desires? Like, come on, how much have we been hearing about this for years now? That men are lookist, and because they're lookist, they're sexist. And this is the other thing, like, can't you want to assert these things. You want to have these different, like, a moral code for men and a moral code for women. And men's moral code has to revolve around how their actions reflect women. So if men preferring the top 20% of youthful, attractive, slim women, they prefer that, right? You know, like, I remember decades ago, it was all about men are attracted to supermodels and there are only like 12 of them in existence, and how dare, right? Men are attracted to the top whatever percent of women. That's on them. That makes them immoral. That makes them wrong. And women express righteous indignation over men's shallow standards for their relationship partners. But when women are the ones who are only attracted to the top 20 or whatever percent of men, that, for men to even point it out, is entitlement. Toxic entitlement. And it leads them to murder or grape. Is this why women of size engage in a lot of grape? Because they feel entitled? Anyway. All right. I don't see a number, so we're going to keep going.
Men are increasingly empowered, earning their own money, have their own independence. Some men adapt. Others, like Jamie, retreat or fight back.
He's 13. He's not even a man. Like, what? Did anyone else pick this up? Okay, therapy snack. Go for it.
I would like to point out that my Lombrosian atavism has made its final stand here, because this is exactly what the feminist literature says.
This is exactly.
Men haven't adapted. They haven't grown up to understand female empowerment. They want their 1950s submissive trad wife in the kitchen. And again, what we know from actual individual research is that that's not the case. And it's funny because her solutions to this are largely that men should learn to accept their place. And in fact, she basically says exactly that. think about a minute or two back, where she's like, you know, men haven't been taught to process these feelings. Oh, you mean the feelings of social isolation and basically
being openly
love and affection,
openly discriminated against in the workplace and schools, and justice like, yeah,
well,
but
I don't think it gets that political for most of them. I don't even, like, they just know that they're very lonely, that they have thwarted belongingness, that no one seems to care about them, they're isolated. Like, I don't know that it even necessarily for most of them gets to the level of more sophisticated political structures or anything like that. It's just no one gives a crap about you. And her argument is, well, you should basically get over yourself. We'll teach you how to get over yourself.
That's I figured it out. It's the void cat doing that. This creature has figured out how to zoom this backwards. Okay, look. Nobody wants to watch this twice, so stop doing that. Okay. Let's see. All right.
Complete identity color. Nothing quite fits until the haunting part of the story isn't feel at all. Election.
Okay.
A challenge. To look beyond fingers easily. It doesn't say, it's all social media, or...
Woman.
In a world where traditional gender roles are shifting and women are increasingly empowered, earning their own money, have their own independence, some men adapt. Others, like Jamie, retreat or fight back. But Adolescence doesn't point fingers easily. It doesn't say, it's all social media, or it's the parents, or it's bullying. It sits in the grey area and asks us to sit there too. Was Jamie radicalized by the algorithm?
All right. So what's happened is that we have pursued active discrimination against men and boys on every level. That is academic. Sorry, she was just having a bit of a fit with her claws. Academic, college, and workplace. And as a result, men and boys are not having, and we just talked with a supposed left. He terms himself the left Andrew Tate. Or he says he was treated like Andrew Tate, but he's on the left. His name is Scott Galloway, and he said the reason why men are being excluded as potential relationship partners is because they're not economically viable, which is great because at least they're admitting it, right? That's why they're not. And here's the problem, though. When all of this happened, one of the reasons it was sold to men was this idea that men would finally have companionate relationships with women. That taking the money out of the picture meant that their wife could express true love for them. That it was nothing mercenary about it. And that's not what happened, is it? Women didn't discover their desire for companionate marriage or companionate relationships with men. They only increased the monetary expectation, leading to more men being economically non-viable. And this is according to Scott Galloway, who is on the same side as this woman. Right? And even she'd say, well, women can't get to choose now, or they have more selection, which actually, if you think about it, they have less, because now there are fewer men that they can select who are economically viable according to them. But here's the big thing in the room. Why does nobody put it on women to evolve what they look for in a mate? You know, why don't women have to go and start thinking more deeply about what they want, right? And honestly, if women figure that out, men will probably do that. If they actually honestly explain what they want, men would probably do it. They'd probably be eager to do it. But it's not on women to actually evolve their expectations in a partner. And this guy, Scott Galloway said women have higher levels of character. And I'm like, but really, if men have to evolve their expectations in a partner, right? Because not every woman is a supermodel or whatever. Why don't women have to evolve their expectations in a partner? Like, a man shouldn't expect more than a woman, an average woman, the attractiveness of an average woman. Fair enough. Why should a woman expect more than the economic viability of an average man? Like, and this is the conversation that nobody seems to have. Okay. Go ahead, Telenar. Or was it Therapy Snack and then Telenar? No, it's Telenar. Go ahead, Telenar.
I now have the conch. My comment was going to be about the fact that she started talking about post-secondary education and income. Except this kid's 13. The girl who bullied him is also 13 or 14, like is about his age. This doesn't apply to them. They're on equal footing educationally and probably economically. Like, it doesn't really say, but this is a state school, so it's not like he's blue collar. She's probably about the same level of income. Like, they're at that level. So none of this applies to this videos, to the Adolescence movie situation. None of it would, and like, even if it was all true, then somehow did apply, why would it cause her to insult him by calling him an incel? Like, oh, women have more bachelor's degrees than men. Haha, screw you, incel. Like, but it's not even a causal link. In my opinion.
Yeah, not in this case. So as you point out, these characters are not even in college.
Women in Latin America, like, they're British, they don't even know anything about Latin America aside from the fact that the Falklands is there.
They just cherry picked to win arguments. Okay, let's keep going.
Neglected at home, failed by his school, yes, all of it. And that's the point. The show leaves us with something heavier than closure. It leaves us with reflection, a challenge, to look beyond the headlines, to ask better questions, to stop pretending that this is rare, because Jamie, he's not the outlier.
It is rare. Jamie's not the outlier.
A majority of teenage boys have actually stabbed a girl to death in the UK. It's causing an extreme population decrease. Also, it is now Therapy Snack's turn to speak.
Therapy, go ahead.
I was gonna actually go off that. It's like, what, you haven't stabbed a girl to death at your local elementary school? Like, I thought this was a part about growing up. Like, it's insane. And it's very clear too, though, because it's this constant theme that you see of, well, it's nuanced. It's so nuanced. Except for, of course, we have our exact takeaways, which is it's radicalization, Andrew Tate, and things we don't like. It is always funny how the leading cause of, like, murder happens to be the things we don't like, whether it be firearms, political ideology, religion, sex, apparently everything. It's always funny how that works out. It's not very scientific is the problem. And it's also not very well established, especially insofar as the incel-related stuff. Again, none of it, I've harped on this a million times, but none of it works just functionally. And in fairness, I've only watched 2 of the 4 episodes, part of the first one and then all of the third one with you folks. And, like, I didn't get half of what she's talking about the nuance. In fairness, it does sound like the school was special. But, again, none of that, to, I think, Telemar's point, is necessarily, there's no causal link to any of this, whether it be the political aspects or really anything. Because, again, as Jamie is constructed, he's not a thing.
Yeah.
Not a person.
No, he's just the presentation of an ideology in the form of a person. Like, it was actually excruciating to watch the therapy session, because I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? This is terrible character writing. And then so many people ate it up. It's like, do you exist around other human beings? Or is your entire experience of another human being mediated through Hollywood bullshit?
He's the warning. So let's talk about it.
He doesn't exist! You're basically constructing a reality and reacting to it. Like, this is insanity!
Let's sit with the discomfort, because if we want to stop raising boys who hurt others to feel...
This is a massive outlier. 14 girls are stabbed to death in Britain in a year. Like, that is a non-issue. Where is your concern for suicide for boys, which is 10 times higher? Sorry, guys. Boys suiciding is 10 times higher than this issue. And there's no concern expressed.
Feel powerful. We need to start raising boys who are allowed to feel at all.
Feel what? That boy felt. He expressed a lot of emotion, and that was presented. And in fact, his father expressed a lot of emotion. He expressed sadness, anger, frustration, fear, and it was presented like he was the problem for expressing all of those emotions. Do you guys remember that? Okay, let me see if we got some more numbers here. Okay, so yes, Therapy Snack, go ahead. If you wanted to go. Or no, you just want to say, let's sit with the discomfort that just happens to be everything I agree with. So in other words, why don't I put you through a struggle session in which you're going to be feeling a lot of discomfort and I'm going to feel a lot of smugness.
At its core, Adolescence is the story of a boy, a girl, and the unbearable pressure of modern masculinity.
What is the unbearable? You mean the unbearable pressure of trying to differentiate or trying to create your own value proposition as a young boy, to see how you have value for what you are, being a boy, in a society that tells you that you are just the problem. Is that what you're talking about? The unbearable pressure of modern masculinity. If you think about it, the pressure on masculinity, on boys who identify as boys, as men, as masculine, or as future men, is to try to feel like they have something of value to give others, I believe. There's something in them that's of value. Where would the pressure against that be coming from?
We first meet Jamie Miller, he's already been arrested. A 13-year-old boy taken into custody after a violent attack that ends up in the unaliving of his classmate, Katie. But the most haunting part of the story isn't the act itself, it's the confusion around it. Why would a boy so young do something like this?
He wouldn't. In this circumstance, it's really highly unlikely. That 14 girls who are stabbed to death in the UK, vastly eclipsed by boys who commit suicide. The reason why that likely happens is they get involved or they are somehow exposed to people or boys who are criminal, who come from disadvantaged homes, who come from... Like you were talking about this, Therapy Snack, about how there's sort of like a cluster, or that this behavior comes from a place. Do you want to talk about that? What you were saying earlier about this? That this just doesn't come out of nowhere like a lightning strike.
Yeah, well, I think that's kind of the problem. It's presented as such. So, with respect to kind of the incel behavior, if you will, it really, we're still not 100% on origin points, but it's definitely not radicalization, because even radicalization has antecedents. And that's kind of what they seem to rely on a lot, is a significant misunderstanding of what radicalization is. Radicalization is not simply someone believing things I find distasteful. That's not. It might be in a political sense. That's not in a psychological sense what we would understand. So if we're talking about a boy as Jamie's initially presented, which is more psychopathic than anything, and I believe Telenar had kind of cued off on this earlier, you would be seeing certain trajectory cues, callous, unemotional, but potentially also poorly regulated, so highly dysregulated behavior, which we obviously do see in his interview where he keeps exploding at the forensic psychologist. But like actual radicalization, which seems to now be the argument she's working with, which again shifts things all over, like that's going to be done through, again, thwarted belongingness kinds of feelings, explains significance, loss of status, which certainly allow the kind of the aspect of incel behavior, at least in some things, and then you get fraternal relative deprivation. So basically, hey, my fellow kid also
man,
also similarly disadvantaged.
Is Therapy Snack starting to break up for anyone else?
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
No, it's normal again. You went only slightly bad sound for a second, but Should be okay.
It's probably worse for me, though, which means it's going to be worse for the people who are hearing. Could you start again from about, 30 seconds ago? Sorry about that.
Oh, no. So, yeah, So if we're talking about Jamie specifically, Jamie's whole thing is, again, he's presented initially as someone who's more along the psychopathic typology. He's using instrumental violence. It's targeted. It's what you would kind of more expect from someone who's showing cues more in line with kind of what Telenar had kind of brought up earlier about psychopathy. You will find, those oddities of fascination with arson and fire. Torturing small animals is another common one. Pretty grotesque, concerning behavior, which of course we don't get any indication of at any other point in the story, other than the crime that's committed and his behavior generally. The argument then that's kind of generally used at this point, as it seems with the whole radicalization aspect, is this idea that radicalization is people believing things I don't agree with, and in reality, radicalization is actually a far more complex behavioral phenomenon. It's generally conceptualized in typically 3 stages. You get radicalization of sensitivity, wherein you have kinds of things that are, in fairness, highly associated with incel kind of ideology, if you will, like thwarted belongingness, feelings of isolation, and then finding kind of fellow kin, if you will, that are similarly situated. But then there's going to be larger social and societal forces, which are conveniently always skipped over, or simply just blamed on, boogeymen, if you will. But my point with it is that there's a lot that's going on with these kinds of dynamics, and they're also ultimately attenuated by the individual. If the individual is highly internalized with their behavior and everything else, they're not likely to violently radicalize and start just murdering people, and you're not going to see it in the form of instrumental violence. That's the other problem too. Again, where we see incel violence, it's mass murder suicide. It is not these instrumental attacks. That's something that I find very curious, because I don't think that the answer to that is incel behavior, even if that's what people believe.
So when you say that it's instrumental, why don't you explain that a bit more?
Okay, so violence is bimodal, meaning it comes in 2 general forms. The first is instrumental, and the other one's effective defensive. So what you get is instrumental, which is generally highly intentional, pre-planned, specific predatory violence that constellates with psychopathy and dark triad, dark tetrad traits. So psychopathy, Machiavellianism, narcissism, malignant or grandiose. And then if you're doing tetrad, sadism. What you'll get in more kind of effective or defensive violence is more of that highly dysregulated, explosive kinds of violence. And in fairness, there can be some crossover with the 2 of them, but they are distinct in presentation. They are very different. So violence, again, generally has 2 kind of things. It's either self-defense, kind of fight, flight, which can be also hypersensitized by, again, dysregulation. MAOA short allele, monoamine, adenine oxidase A is a pretty common one for that. If we're talking about genetics, don't need to know that. My point being, what you get is some kind of dysregulation or fight and flight, basic survival kind of responses. Or you get the super specific instrumentalized violence. So what he's presented as is instrumental violence. He plans this highly intimate, highly targeted, highly specific, revenge-based planned. What you see, again, with these other groups of people, the people that actually commit these attacks, there is planning, but it's completely indiscriminate, which is where you get, again, as some people have kind of indicated, ironically, either male favorable, if you will, quote unquote, sex ratios for death, or just, again, indiscriminate gender equal mass slaughter. You'll very rarely get hyper targeted group specific behavior with these kinds of mass murder suicide attacks, and that goes more again into the effective defensive violence.
Okay, thank you for that. So basically we're just looking at somebody's ideological wet dream.
That's how it feels to me personally.
Even the adults closest to the case can't explain it. The detectives, the teachers, his parents, they're all...
What do you think of that statement, that it can't be explained, that this violence can't be explained? Is there a lot of violence that can't be explained that you've sort of experienced in your years studying criminology? Therapy Snack?
I think things can be kind of confusing, certainly, and it depends on what you mean by like explain. Like if you're trying to get motive and those kinds of things, sometimes it can be difficult. And there's also the issue with post hoc rationalization, insofar as people often attribute higher meaning to why they do things or don't do things than what actually exists, and that's well established in cognitive neuroscience as being a bit of an issue. But when we get into kind of like general underlying trends or why certain things happen in cases, especially to the level of like, oh, how did this happen generally, and the fact that no one has any answers, that's generally because people aren't asking the right questions more than anything. And of course, it's pretty clear to me, at least, that the actual like formulation of this is that we all know the answer. It's he was radicalized and he's an incel. So I don't know how, it's kind of begging the question, if you will, in some sense, because it's clear what they want the answer to be. But
yes.
Yeah, you would not run into a panel of people who have no clue what's going on and simply can't answer it, and it's, oh my god, we've never heard of this. There's literature on it. There's been literature on it since 2014, in some capacity or another. So the fact that like you'd have some forensic psychologist being like, I'm completely dumbfounded and have no clue. No. No. Sometimes you do get people who are like, I don't know, and in fairness, in this case, you probably would if you were a forensic psychologist, because you'd be like, I have no clue what's going on right now because this doesn't make any sense. But yeah, that's
all searching
because of the writing rather than the reality.
For an answer that makes sense. Was it bullying? Was it a breakup? Was it a mental health issue? Nothing quite fits until the detective's own son quietly reveals the missing link. He tells him what no one else saw.
They say you're an incel, you can be, I don't know, a virgin forever.
That Katie had mocked Jamie online. She called him an incel on Instagram.
So was Katie radicalized by the manosphere? She basically adopted the manosphere's framing of men's worth. Right? She's basically saying, yes, men, only 20% of men are worthy of the sexual attraction of most women. Right? So she's using that, and she's using that to torment another person and say that his self-worth is tied into his sexual attractiveness to women, and that he is nothing if he doesn't have that, if he's not part of the 20%. So is she radicalized? I'm just curious. Okay, go ahead, Telenar.
I just want to say that all those questions you're asking indicate that you have had a little too much to think.
To adults, it sounds like typical teenage drama.
At all. I mean, almost nobody is talking about what the female character did, and she was not emphasized at all by the writers. And I don't know if that was unconscious or if they said, "Oh, wait, this would not give the message we want to give," but everyone avoided it, aside from the dangerous people, of course.
I'm just trying to think what their message they were trying to send by saying that it was the girl who applied the standards of the manosphere to the boy. Like they're trying to say that the manosphere is what's radicalizing him. Did he even? I don't know. It feels a bit strange why they would include that. Right? It just. So she basically signs off, and then if girls are signing off on this 2080 thing, how do boys know that they're wrong? Like, presumably girls are a first order source on what girls find attractive. Like, wouldn't that be confirming? Okay, therapy snack.
It's actually funny you mentioned that. So this does come up in the literature, at least in one source I was able to find, which I think is actually Costello again, different research study. And it's very interesting for a couple of reasons. So what's been found has been that while incel understanding of what other people at least claim to think about them, with regards to negative opinions and those kinds of things, tend to be inaccurate. And again, I will note that this is prone to third-party appraisal bias because you're asking what other people think. Like, what is, you as a non-incel, what do you think society
But in
thinks about
Jamie's
incels
world,
is really
online-
a poor formulation. But the point is that generally speaking, it's not all that negative compared to what incels tend to appraise as. But what's interesting is that that's not false with feminists. People who identify as feminists and are female do have extremely, extremely adversarial, belligerent opinions of incels. Well, guess who mostly interacts with the incel community? Because it's an online phenomenon. It's not, kind of in the general public. Well, it's largely feminists. So that you kind of have an availability heuristic bias, if you will, with that. But it's, where do you get your appraisal from? Well, you get your appraisal from people who hate you. Well, no wonder you have a poor appraisal of how other people think about you, because the people that you interact with every day online do, quite frankly.
And nobody's going to talk about how maybe we should stop the feminists from bullying the incels if we want the incels to have a better opinion of themselves.
Well, and it's funny is that it has a really ugly kind of cyclical motion to it, because it builds upon itself. It builds the thwarted belongingness concerns because you can't integrate, people hate you, people call you out, you get labeled, you can't leave, and it spirals. And the funniest thing is that some of the research, obviously, because this was initially gender paradigm and still arguably is, feminist scholars, of course, have been fairly involved in this space. And the issue you run into as well, if we just provide feminist solutions, which I'm sure this lady is going to lovingly propose to all of us, as to how to get over, how incels can just get over this, is not effective, because this is coming from the group of people that is generally documented from, again, what little information we actually have, as being highly adversarial to incels, seeing them as entitled, evil, bad, those kinds of things, rather than kind of something more benevolent.
Why do feminists hate incels?
I think because in some sense it's, like, if I had to guess, and this is completely conjecture, nothing related to me specifically insofar as my actual academic stuff, if I had to guess, it's largely because they're kind of the perfect scapegoat in many senses. They are everything they hate.
Yeah, but how? Like, the thing is that incels don't have patriarchal privilege. If we look into that framework, they barely interact with women at all. So what is it about incels that you say that it's everything that feminists hate? But what do you mean by that? Like, tell me about that.
Not politically, but more or less individually. So here's the thing, and you run into this consistently. Feminists, and there is actually literature on this, feminists who run into like hypermasculine men, there actually tends to be some attractiveness to them, and that tends to attenuate feelings. It's kind of how you find out that a lot of these radical feminists end up ultimately marrying men or being in relationships or being somewhat, secretly submissive or have certain things. But these incels are generally, and actually to the point of someone who's literally in a group chat, they're the weak kids on the playground. They are the ones that get, there's no redeeming factors to them. They're not wealthy, they're neat of some kind, or they're beneath things, but then they can still come across as entitled and misogynistic in the eyes of feminists. Like, there's nothing redeeming about them. They are the ultimate throwback male in every sense of the word. They're very
throwback.
They are they're
Are you sure it's throwback or scapegoat? Yeah, that's because the thing is that I don't think incels really are throwbacks. So basically what we're looking at is the cheerleaders bullying the nerd boys.
Kind of, yeah. With throwback, what I'm saying is that I'm kind of connecting this back to my atavism stuff with respect to the idea that these men are completely temporally out of place. They have not, literally, as she puts, adapted to...
Well, that's their opinion.
Current... Yeah. Yes. And sorry, that's what I mean, is like this is why they don't like them, is because in their opinion these are throwbacks. These are males from living in their brain space in the 1950s when women have now become empowered, and they just can't handle that.
Okay, so let me just try to unpack that. So basically what they're saying is that incels have failed, and it's on incels because we've created this righteous new society based on feminist principles, like women being disadvantaged in education, in college, and in workplace. And we've got this new society based on these egalitarian principles, and incels are not succeeding in that society, and it's because they're a throwback to a prior society that in which they would have succeeded, but because they were unfairly advantaged. Am I getting that right?
That honestly seems to be the takeaway. That's what I got from literally reading way too many feminist forensic psychiatry and psychology papers.
So, but here's the thing. Now, of course, we can accept the fact that feminists just went into an empty field and made whatever shit they wanted up, and nobody called them out on it. But this requires believing that the initial premise that women are disadvantaged in society relative to men and in absolute terms is correct, and thus all of these corrective measures aren't actually kneecapping men, right? And they aren't actually unfair disadvantages that incels face. So the active discrimination against boys in terms of grading, that's not an unfair disadvantage that has been created by feminist narratives around boys. The active discrimination in scholarships to universities, that's not, well, actually it is explicitly a creation of feminist narratives around the disenfranchisement of girls. There's no way to get around it. And then the Title IX, at least in the States, approach to treating boys as sexual predators and then railroading them in kangaroo courts, which, you know, we're finding they're suing colleges for and winning civil suits. That is, again, a result of feminist initiatives. And then we have the DEI in the workplace, which is, again, a result of feminist initiatives. So at every step, we've been taking these overt steps to disenfranchise men and boys, economically, educationally, in some ways socially as well. And they are based on feminist initiatives. And instead of saying, hey, maybe this was wrong, maybe men and boys weren't actually advantaged artificially, and there's no actual proof, there's no real receipts for that. They weren't advantaged artificially. They actually, like, their advancement in certain areas of human endeavor was a result of biology, because that's the alternative explanation, that men and boys have a different skill set, which leads to advantages in certain parts of human endeavor, shall we say. No, but instead we've said that this is a result of direct artificial advantage towards boys and men. And as a result of that assumption about reality, we put in all of this direct artificial disadvantage towards boys and men and advantage towards girls. But we can't go back to that initial premise that there existed some kind of artificial advantage towards boys and men. Like, this is yeah, go ahead.
Basically what you've got is the equalitarian thesis, which is this idea that, well, any differences must be the result of oppression or structural factors, versus the hereditarian thesis, which is, we accept that there is a biological basis for sex and isogamy, and that's likely to confer differences, that evolution, natural and sexual selection are going to drive those differences, and therefore you're going to see differences in outcome, and that's not going to be the result of unfairness or prejudice. That's going to be the result of, again, biology, selection pressures, and group variation.
And in that context, could the incel phenomenon be a counter evidence to the feminist assertion that men and boys were unfairly advantaged in an artificial sense, rather than just being a result of like hereditary factors or biology?
Perhaps. I haven't really thought about it that much.
But think about, okay, let's think about it for a second. We have a good number of young men now who are what they term undateable, economically unviable. Okay? And this is after generations of artificially propping up women and girls. And we don't just do this, we celebrate doing this. So don't tell me we don't do this, because we do, and we celebrate it. It's just that when I talk about it in the negative, everybody gets their hackles up. But regardless, we have had these generations of artificially advantaging girls and women, And now we have a generation or several generation of boys who are experiencing being considered economically unviable. And I'm saying that all things held, right, this could be considered a counterfactual when it comes to the feminist assertion that men were privileged. Because when you, if they were privileged, by putting in, or if they were artificially inflated, artificially helped by patriarchy, and putting in artificial correction in favor of women, why would the outcome be a generation of boys who failed? Wouldn't the outcome actually be equality? That's what I'm saying. Like if you had a boat and you're trying to steer it straight on, right? And then it ends up listing like 10 degrees towards the left. And then you turn the wheel 10 degrees towards the right. You should be right on, right on target. But instead, turning the wheel 10 degrees towards the left, towards the right, has made us 10 degrees off target. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the one problem you run into is that you're assuming how much you're recalibrating. Because yeah, you're correct. If it's this, 10 degrees and you're 10 degrees over and you go 10 degrees back and you're actually going to the left, then obviously you've actually been offset. And if you're not, then you have something else. But the problem, I guess, is it's the amount you're correcting. So if you correct too much or you correct too little, or you say that, hey, they were so privileged that when we actually put things back to equal, that when things are actually equal, do. But yes, you're correct insofar as it would debunk the equalitarian thesis of things being equal. Because if we're saying that if we remove everything, outcomes should be the same, and that's basically what's happened. There has been a bait and switch in a lot of feminist circles where it's, well, now that things are equal and boys are lagging behind, that's not actually a problem. That's not indicative of anything, because boys are just, biologically, they don't pay attention in class. They're more delinquent. They aren't really well.
So now we're appealing to biology to explain the lack of male achievement.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning to get at. Is you run into this weird bait and switch recently that has happened, where suddenly people become very interesting biological sex-based realists about things. Yeah, it's curious.
Okay, so when
yes, you're right,
girls,
if things were truly equal, we should see equal.
Well, girls weren't actually really falling behind, but whatever. When girls were allegedly falling behind, it wasn't due to biology, or when girls don't go into, for example, computer science, that's not due to different interests between men and girls and boys based probably on biological factors about, systematizing versus relationships. That was because girls are unfairly disadvantaged. And now that boys are failing in school, that's because boys are biologically inferior. It's wow. This is always so very convenient. All of these arguments. All right, let's watch a little bit more. Do we have another? Telenar, did you want to speak, or is it well past?
Godcat asked to speak 15 minutes ago. He's probably forgotten what he was going to talk about. But what I was going to say was covered by you in therapy, Snack.
Yeah, okay, Godcat, go ahead.
Well, maybe not completely, but...
Well, we got into a back and forth trying to figure something out.
Yes, it got interesting. I was also going to mention most people who aren't feminists probably don't know what incels are and have no occasion to talk about them also. So that's probably part of the reason why we specifically get hatred from feminists towards them as opposed to other demographics.
Okay, Godcat, go ahead.
I was just going to answer Telenar's question, if he remembers it, from way back when, why did they choose not to show anything of Katie, or why they chose not to explore why she was doing what she was doing to Jamie. I can't remember the source, so take it with a grain of salt, but I think the creators said that they made a point not to show her because they didn't think as men they could properly discuss her, and they just wanted to do that to a woman to do in the future.
Well,
I think
isn't
that's
that
a stupid excuse?
Isn't that a bio-truth right there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going.
hyperconnected, deeply gendered. It means everything. Because the truth is, today's boys are growing up speaking a different language. One shaped not by their parents or teachers, but by algorithms, by group chats, by a constant feed of content that frames women as adversaries and emotions as weakness. And in that world, being called...
And all of the rhetoric for the last, 100 years that frame men as adversaries, that's okay. Like, let's just take one example just off the top of my mind. There is a lot of people, researchers, historians, who point out that the vote was never a fight of men against women. And yet, who frames it in an adversarial way as if it was a fight of men against women? And we're just okay with that. Like, that's just a free action. You know, it's fine to frame the idea that we exist within a gender war as long as we only recognize men as the ones who are fighting it. So we can go ahead and present narratives that, again, have never been proven, have never even been held to any kind of standard of scientific veracity, and yet are accepted as like this just gigantic black and white brush of history. Men oppressed women, and all of the nuance is just gone. Right? Well, what part of history? That doesn't matter. It's just all of it. But it's not a bio-truth. Oh, no. Men biologically they don't oppress women biologically. If men had oversight, if women had oversight over men, they wouldn't oppress them. And it isn't a control narrative. No, it's the truth. Never been held to any kind of scientific standard, but accepted as the truth. And that narrative very much frames men as adversaries of women. But that's okay. That's okay. What's bad is when men respond to that by saying, oh, well, maybe we're adversaries of women. Maybe women are our adversaries. If we've been framed for 100 years as being adversarial, maybe we're actually adversarial. Like, okay. Oh, no, you can't do that. No. Little Susie, you can think little Timmy hates you and treats you like an enemy combatant, but little Timmy, you can't think that little Susie hates you, because that's wrong. That's making an adversarial relationship between men and women. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Yeah, Therapy Snack says, I'm sure that the sequel will be right around the corner, no doubt. The one in which we follow the girl.
An incel isn't just an insult, it's complete identity collapse. It names a fear that many boys already carry.
Okay, so if incel is complete identity collapse and an insult, is it abusive to use it? Like, am I nuts here? Incel, it causes men to spontaneous bleed from the eyeballs and their pancreas to implode. Okay, well, maybe we should have a little bit of concern about using it like, or is that not allowed? Does that mean that woman, like, you're saying that using the term incel creates an identity collapse? Doesn't that mean that girl was a real psychopath for doing it to that boy? Or are we trying to take something else from there? Okay.
That they don't belong, that they'll never be wanted.
Oh, Telenar says the Stacy and Chad meme, so in 2018.
Wanted, that they're on the outside looking in. From that moment, everything in his world starts to unravel. Jamie's social media tells a quiet story, a steady exposure to explicit content, influencer culture, and hypermasculine messaging.
All the things that feminists coincidentally want to have control over. Alright.
He posts Instagram photos of adult women in compromising positions. He mimics the tone of online spaces that turn objectification into a joke and into a worldview. What he's picking up here is...
Objectification is a joke, lady. Objectification is maybe Therapy Snack can chime in on this, but from my research, people who see other people as objects are actually Like they are disabled. Like they can't function properly in reality because they just don't have the ability. They're not evil. They aren't cruel. They just don't have the ability to function day to day like a normal human being. So saying that men engage in objectification of women is like saying men see a pair of tits and spontaneously drop down in an epileptic fit. It's a joke. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay, Telenar. Or no, Telenar and then therapy snack. Go. Do it.
Yes. Regarding objectification, it's one of those other terms that's been distorted out of all usefulness, basically, because it originally did mean just using another human being as a means to an end, and this could be like a slave and mistreating a slave owner mistreating slaves, or a general sending soldiers out to get killed without care if they live or die very much, and things of that nature. And sexual objectification would fall under this, because then you have things like rape, like you have sex with someone and you don't care what they think about it, and then it has been, of course, stretched and distorted to mean, let's see, well, like posting someone's pictures without their consent, or thinking someone is attractive, or looking at them in a way that makes them uncomfortable, even if it's totally involuntary, or even if you're not actually looking at them and they just think you're looking at them. And first you have to spend about 15 minutes figuring out which way they're using that term, and then then you can figure out which kind of bullshit it almost certainly is. Apologies for swearing. I just swore. I'm so sorry. That's typically uncharacteristic of me. There's a reason I chose a nice old English gentleman with a pipe as my avatar.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Also, he's J.R.R. Tolkien, and therefore awesome.
Okay, so I just want to respond to something you said. Rapists do actually care about what the opinion of their victims. It's because they're after rape. Like the thing is, when I talk about people who generally objectify, these people are not rapists, and they're not violent. They just cannot. They have a problem with being able to recognize the difference between a human being and an object. Like this is a verified problem. Like this is something, like it's a difficulty, like a dysfunction in like a cerebral cortex or something. They cannot identify human beings as having a subjective quality. They just are objects. And again, they're not violent people at all. Like even sociopaths have emotions. They're just their anger and desire, and they're a bit more primitive, shall we say. So it's like men do not objectify women. Normal men do not objectify women. Okay? And stop being ableist by saying they do. Because you are actually mocking the disability that is genuine objectification. Like people who genuinely have a problem. Right? And then what they're saying, that men objectify women when they have sexual interest in them. So that they're using this very specifically. Okay, go ahead, therapy snack, or no? Oh yes, therapy snack. Here you go. Go ahead.
So objectification in like a scientifically kind of more literate sense is generally what we consider the inability to distinguish between an object and a person. And from what research we do have, it is fairly well established that both men and women objectify sexualized women equally. So it is not a sex-specific phenomenon, which is a bit of an issue for some of the lines of argument that are often used in that space. The other thing, too, is that for the vast majority, and I mean the vast majority of people, objectification is subject to a dual process model, wherein it is almost immediately corrected by higher level cognitive processes that simply just work slower. Basically, it's fairly automatic with respect to objectification, but it is fairly quickly corrected, and human attributes are fairly quickly applied even to objectified sexualized woman, which tends to be the category, again, in both men and women that is most prone to objectification by both men and women. And that both the sex of the person being objectified and whether or not they're being sexualized independently influence that probability of objectification occurring. So there's a whole bunch of contradictory or a lot more muddled research than what is often used to accompany objectification. There's also research, and I'd have to see if I can find it again, because I'd heard it only really much in passing, is that this kind of fairly like automatic objectification that then is controlled through dual process, where, and again, you have higher level cognitive control that follows up the objectification, is actually fairly common in men who have loving relationships with their wives, which means it is not necessarily causal of dehumanization. So there's a bit of a mismatch there when there's an assumption of continuity of objectification must equal dehumanization, which must equal violence, which is not how that works.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, people who don't, like, there are people who, you know, that upper level cognitive function is impaired. They're not violent people. It's just like people who don't have emotions aren't violent. They just can't make decisions. And people think that sociopaths don't have emotions. They do have emotions. Dominance, aggression, and desire, all there. Envy, like, they do. It's just the more like the I guess the higher level or emotions in relation to your relationships with others might not be as salient, or maybe more difficult to access. All right, so but the other thing I wanted to point out is that human sexuality doesn't work this way. In fact, I would argue that our sexuality is uniquely about subjectification, because one of the things that we respond to is a feeling of feeling sexually desired. That's what this whole incel thing is about. There's a part of humanity that feeling sexually desired is absolutely critical to our sense of self-worth, or even our sense that we exist. And that's why we have all this stigma that we push towards men when they want, you know, thin, young, beautiful women, and we actively bully them for that, right? Because we recognize that it's harmful not to be desired. But we only recognize it when it comes to women, not men, and not incels. And there's a process that human beings go through that I think our theory of mind actually is our theory of mind, we have one to the depth that we do, to the the human theory of mind is quite a phenomenon, shall we say. And it's really complicated. And I think one of the drivers for it is that we want to be desired. And if you think about it, desire and being desired is a recursive process, because feeling desired is being able to model another person's mental state or mental model of us, right? That's huge, because a lot of what, you know, we think is unique about human language, although we might be seeing this in birds as well, but maybe birds have a similar relationship to desire as we do. A lot of what we see in human language is this ability towards recursion. So to explain what recursion is I'll use an example. Holmes picked up the clue. Sherlock Holmes picked up the clue. Watson observed Sherlock Holmes picking up the clue. The reader or the writer wrote that Watson observed Sherlock Holmes picking up the clue. The reader read what the writer wrote about Watson observing Sherlock Holmes picking up the clue. Every one of those is a nested recursion, right? It's a thought within a thought within a thought. That is something that appears to be unique to human cognition. And I think the driver for that advanced theory of mind, we can layer theory of mind, which maybe dogs can do to some degree. I'm not sure other animals really can. But we can layer that theory of mind because we have a sexual response to the feeling of being desired, right? So to modeling someone else's model of us, which is a recursive process. And I think that actually drives a lot of our evolution of theory of mind. It's intimately tied to our sexuality. So when feminists say shit like men objectify women, they're actually dehumanizing everyone. Everyone. They're revoking a big part of what makes us human. Anyway, I'll throw that out to the thoughts. Okay, please don't like put emojis. They're like throwing me off because they all have ones on them. Okay, let's do some more.
Not just misogyny, it's a whole emotional framework where vulnerability is weakness, where power means control, and where humiliation, whether it's his or someone else's, becomes a form of currency. Then there's Katie. She's confident, popular, sure of herself, everything Jamie doesn't feel. And when a private photo of her is leaked to the entire school, a clear violation, Jamie doesn't see it as abuse. He sees it as a shift in the dynamic. He tells Bryony, the child psychologist, that he thought that the leak would make her weak, and that maybe now...
Yes, because he, like, literally they are constructing a fictional animal and then responding to it as if it's real. They're constructing something based on feminist theory and then responding to it as if it actually exists in reality. This is disturbingly, like, a snake eating its own tail. All right, Telenar, go ahead.
Yes. She just put in a bunch of basically slogans back there, like this means that just means this, and one of them that stuck out to me was power just means control. Well, yes, it does in this sense of the word power. If you have power over a thing or person or situation, it means you can control that thing or person or situation. If I have power over, like, he doesn't have any power over the therapist. He can't really make her do anything. He can't tell her to let him leave. Like, she's effectively in control. She kind of pretends that, oh, you asked me for a, what was it, sandwich and a hot cocoa, and I made you, and I brought you that. And then, like, she can kind of let him do some little things, but fundamentally, he doesn't have power because he's not in control. And that's a perfect example of that. So, I mean, she's probably got some weird new age ridiculous redefinition of power that means, oh, power is when other people can't hurt your feelings, or some silly thing like that. But, like, she's just saying it's this crazy redefinition. No, it's an accurate use of the word. It's an equivalent term. It's a good definition of it. I don't know, she's an idiot. Yeah,
it also, like, I've had a feminist argue that boys can't be raped because of adolescence, which is, you know, every time I think that feminists are as fucked up as humanly possible to get, they just go another level deeper or fucked up.
She'd say yes to him.
Someone was calling her a slag, you know, or flat or whatever, so I thought when she was like that weak, she might like me.
She would say yes to someone like him. It's one of the most...
So this therapy snack, I think you've already sort of started to feel like this is, like you said, this isn't an actual person, it's not an actual pathology, it's just feminists constructing their vision of what boys are. Go ahead, therapy snack.
He's now this really interesting mixture, and I actually should have caught this, and I did actually a little bit, but I forgot to remark on it. Yeah, he's also this perfect mixture of what we would call more along the successful psychopath versus unsuccessful, where he's like has no emotional regulation, is exploding in her face multiple times in this scene with the forensic psychologist, but then is supposedly at the age of 13 highly strategic about, like, I know this will make her vulnerable, I was going to target her at this time. Like, that's adult level cognition in a 13-year-old boy. And I know some of your commenters in the chat have correctly pointed out consistently, he's 13, and I think that does actually go with some saying, this is a 13-year-old boy we're talking about. This is not a 21-something, which would generally fall more into this category of a murderer, or specifically a mass murderer incel. We don't have that. We have a 13-year-old boy who has extensive theory of mind, seems to understand motive, has control, extremely political. Highly problematic. Also, yeah, I think it went black, the Discord stream.
Okay, well, let me fix that.
But there's a bunch of problems.
Okay, so while I fix that, yeah, this is like, he's not a real kid. He's not even a depiction. Actually, I noticed that when I first watched it. I remember saying that this kid has like he does not have a 13-year-old. He has an adult level of planning, and they are adultifying a child, and they're doing so because I think that this is about taking the demonization of men and trying to push it as young as humanly possible so that feminists can strip every single protection away from boys and men. What they want to do when they strip every single protection away from not just men, not just teenage boys, but now almost pre-adolescent boys. What they want to do with boys once they strip every single social protection from them, I don't know. But that seems to be what adolescence is really about. It's about stripping away from boys the protection that we give them as a result of recognizing that they are innocent and that they're children and that they're vulnerable. And it's so funny because feminists are talking about, oh, men should be able to be vulnerable. Men should be able to have these emotions. And yet at the same time as they continuously strip any kind of protection from men's vulnerabilities, and boys' vulnerabilities, they're trying to push that, they're trying to strip that sense of innocence from boys younger and younger and younger. And that's what I think that maybe it's not the sole thing that they're doing with adolescence, but I think it's a big one. All right, so I think Telenar, did you want to speak?
Yes, it is. One thing, additional thing I wanted to mention, not only is he 13, but he mentions he's really into the Industrial Revolution and engineering and bridges and stuff. So not only is he 13, but he might have a little bit of the tism, as they say. And so that would be even worse theory of mind, even finding it even more difficult to manipulate people, most likely.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that people with autism necessarily have worse theory of mind. I think they just... I actually think that in a lot of cases, maybe they're getting too much information about the people around them, and they don't necessarily know what to react to. At least that's my experience. All right, Godcat.
I just wanted to add to your spiel about them adultifying Jamie. At the very end of episode 3, the therapist is recommending a bunch of different things to him as she concludes the session. Like, I recommend you use all these resources, and she's listing them all off as if she's talking to an adult.
Yeah.
Just an extra bit of evidence.
Yeah. And I just wonder how much of this is like a little bit of you know how Predators, she was more adult, you know. This adultification of a boy is yet another way of trying to get in there and justify violations of boys' consent. I don't know. I know that there was at one point in time there like exploitation romance around having a relationship with a man and then, you know, like getting him lynched afterwards. You know, there was this one romance that I put in one of the threat narrative series. It shows a beautiful blonde woman and a black man coming in, and it's basically the tagline is first, you know, the romance and then the payoff, the lynching. And it's like, I think there might be like this kind of dark sexual quality to women where they want to have a sexual relationship with a forbidden man and then have him killed for it. And I'm just wondering if there's that kind of like that dark sexualization of this boy in this film, that you simultaneously have this, and I think actually it was Doughboy who confirmed my impression that this boy is sexualized, and disturbingly so. I mean, with the sexual questioning, which doesn't seem to be about identifying whether or not he was sexually abused, but just prodding him about his sexual interests. Sort of gross and disturbing. And then the whole scene in the first episode where he's forced to strip search and we get a play-by-play. No, we don't actually see it. because I guess they didn't want to get sued. They didn't want to make it too obvious, but we had a play-by-play on his strip search and his genitals being examined. And then the whole be acting like an adult, erroneously, just like in weird ways, being treated and acting like an adult. Like I'm wondering, and then again, that one feminist who's like, yeah, women can't rape boys. Like, didn't you see Adolescence? Like, she was afraid of him. Like, that's not possible. It's like, I'm like, so you're actually giving to a 13-year-old boy not just an adult level of ability to consent to sex, but an adult level of sexual aggression. And, that's just, okay. All right, so, do you want me to read this?
I will read for Doughboy.
Okay.
So Doughboy sends a message to Therapy Snick, which reads, Jamie's characterization in episode 3 is inconsistent with his characterization in episode 1. The former, which is the former being the one where he's talking to the therapist, presents him as sociopathic, empowered, and with a sophisticated theory of mind. The latter, the first episode, presents him as totally vulnerable and emotionally normal. It's also worth noting that Jamie's sociopathic traits are undermined by the genuine sense of empathy and love he has for his father. Yes, he doesn't interact much with his sister or his mother, but he really seems to act very normally towards his father, and vice versa.
Yep. And that's another thing. They had to have it so that not only did this kid have a father in his life, he had a good relationship with his father. Just to twist the knife. Maybe it was having a father in his life and a good relationship with his father that made him such a psycho. What do you think of that, Therapy Snack? Oh, you already popped in. Go ahead. Speak to that. Or if that's what you want.
It's certainly convenient. I would probably say more psychopathic. Sociopathy is kind of on the out, so to speak. But definitely, yeah, it again, to the point of incoherence. It's nonsensical because, yeah, his characterization, what he is, completely changes. And in fairness, you might be able to argue that perhaps he was faking it in episode 1 because he's such a good psychopath. But then again, then we have someone who's not representative of incels at all. This is someone who is living on a very different planet, so to speak, with respect to ability to empathize with others, with respect to motive, with respect to risk factors, with respect to literally everything, because he's in a completely different camp, a completely different category. And again, they don't ferry that out very well. It's very much so, yeah, just all in one. And yes, then there's the convenient aspect of the one relationship he does have that's really positive and kind of good and shows, if you will, a counterfactual, happens to be with someone who would generally be identified as a male role model in his life.
Yep. How likely is that scenario for a boy to be that violent in a two-parent home with a good relationship with his father? Considering that fathers are actually like one of the the factor that's most associated with developing compassion in their children.
Yeah, with a generally like stable father who doesn't have any criminal history, and which I'm presuming, and certainly doesn't appear to be overly violent in any way, shape, or form, other than maybe some affective defensive violence that we see near the end, which again is highly contextual and seems generally well regulated. Yeah, that is nonsensical. You would either expect a father that's extremely violent, extremely violent, and then you'd be guessing something like an MAOA short allele, kind of mutation potentially, and that's a common one go-to. There's far more than that, but that's a common one. Or a father that has, very frankly, pumped and dumped, and that tends to constellate with criminogenic factors, or rather tends to be criminogenic in nature, with respect to child behavior in the future. But that's not what you see here. To your point, you see a stable family, a generally well-regulated father who's coping with an absurd amount of stress and still really doesn't dysregulate in any meaningful way. Yeah, it's highly improbable. Again, I won't say impossible because this is human behavior we're talking about, but it's improbable to the extreme. Like and that's why it's largely meaningless. Like it loses all importance because it's just the amount that you have to accept for this to have any importance is legion. Like, there's nothing you can draw from it because it's a completely, again, improbable scenario.
But we're drawing so much. We got all of these people telling us that this is reality with such incredible veracity and authority. Look at this woman. She's so serious, so authoritative, telling us about this reality that she's discovered.
Most disturbing moments in the show. Because it's not about cruelty, it's about conditioning. He's been taught that shame makes girls easier to access, that confidence must be broken before closeness is possible.
Again, this is a fictional scenario, absurdly unlikely, constructed from feminist imagining. Go ahead, Therapy Snack. I feel like you're going to be chiming in quite a bit.
Well, and again, it's the theory of mind application. Are you serious? This is a 13-year-old kid we're talking about. It's like he strategically understands that she will be weak in this situation. He knows that he needs to act on it. And it's like, okay, even if you intellectually understood that at a certain level because you were quote-unquote radicalized by like pickup artists or whatever, I'm sorry to inform you that him actually being able to apply that accurately and actually have any conceptualization of it is highly unlikely. Like, it's so extreme. And again, it's all political. It has to be about control. It's higher level functioning. It's all strategic. It's all political. It's like, this kid's 13 years old. And allegedly, according to you, is highly dysregulated, short temper, prone to outbursts, doesn't get his way, immediately blows up. And you're telling me that he's able to function at this level of impulse control in order to orchestrate this highly predatory setup in order to get the girl? Are you kidding me?
Well, like I said, this is like, as you've been pointing out, this is basically a grab bag of feminist theory. Like, they just like, well, what do we need to, what kind of creature do we need to prove our conjecture right? There you go. He is the feminist Andronicus, the man or boy as imagined by feminist theory, conjecture, as required by feminist conjecture, for feminist conjecture to be accurate. Does he resemble any kind of man or boy in the world? No, not in the slightest. He doesn't even resemble dysfunctional ones, because he's got so many dysfunctions, he would just break apart, like the scarecrow cobbled together by all kinds of feminist talking points he is. But I wanted to say something. B Moon said, no, fathers don't teach compassion any more than mothers, but they can teach compassion if they model empathy. Wrong. The relationship between the father and the child is the biggest mediator of whether or not a child learns compassion. That's statistically true. Also, boys like him exist in all of our cultures. Wrong. We just went extensively through this. This boy is like, you just heard Therapy Snack. Could you explain to this individual why this boy cannot exist in reality? Again, if you would, sir. Thank you. This is the person who is going to explain this to you, if he so desires, because I don't want to speak for him, is a PhD student in criminology. Are you a PhD student in criminology, B Moon? Right? Shut up and listen. Therapy Snack, if you would.
I'll be nicer than that, in fairness, but insofar as what Jamie's presented as, he's a bunch of conflicting typologies. So we understand people who commit especially egregious crimes like Jamie is accused of, and quite frankly, for all intents and purposes, does in the movie. They fall into typologies. They fall into certain constellations of behaviors, personality disorders, and other things as well with respect to behavior. Jamie is a confliction of a psychopathic, premeditated, instrumental, violent kind of typology mixed in with a allegedly vulnerably narcissist, radicalized, isolated boy who, again, has low self-control. and is explosive. Those two things don't really get to exist with each other generally. Some of the explosive stuff can go into psychopathy depending on whether or not you fall into kind of the successful or unsuccessful psychopath kind of categories. But the problem again is that Jamie is kind of all of these things all at once, and that's incredibly problematic from a construction, because the problem really that's what's happening here and what consistently happens is that we have an outcome. We have a boy stabs a girl and you get an output, and it's just great. It's all simple and all straightforward, and then we just run it and we claim that every origin point is the exact same. That is not what happens with any of these things. You're basically mistaking an output for ultimate cause, which is not how crime works. We've understood that crime doesn't work like that since the 1960s, quite frankly, and have only gotten better at understanding just how wrong that is. There are far more factors at play. There are unique pathways to get to certain points, and the problem is that they're crossing pathways in order to create a construct that doesn't exist, and therefore becomes completely and utterly incoherent. They are, to Allison's point, basically creating a grab bag of things that are very politically common and getting talked about, but don't really get to exist all at once in the same person in the same span of time. It's nonsensical.
Okay, so
you have someone who commits. Sorry.
Go ahead. This individual is saying Tristan Bailey was killed in Florida by a 14-year-old, just like the Adolescence guy. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this
don't know about that case.
Don't know. Yeah, but is the murderer of Tristan Bailey, Aiden Fucci, a 14-year-old schoolmate? Okay. Are you saying that Aiden Fucci is both a vulnerable narcissist and I actually would say that an unsuccessful sociopath at the same time? Because let's see. Or are you just saying that Aiden Fucci is a 14-year-old boy who murdered another kid? Because nobody's saying that doesn't happen. We're saying that it is highly improbable to have the diagnosis, like to have the personality traits of a vulnerable narcissist and the personality traits of a violent sociopath, of an unregulated sociopath in the same person. And not just that, to have the planning of an adult man, the capability of future planning of an adult man in the body of a 13-year-old boy who also loves trains and the Industrial Revolution. Like, this character is not real. He is a construct. It, not him, it is a construct. It is completely a fictionalized construct. Right? Yes, there are kids who murder other kids. That does not mean that this fictionalized construct is not a fictionalized construct. Your PhD, well, he's not going to hear every damn case. You flippin'.
Yeah, so here's the kind of interesting thing is, so yeah, actually being an academic or being in academia or being an intelligent person does not require that you have encyclopedic knowledge of literally everything. That's a woeful, that's a lay understanding, like what you generally expect, maybe in undergrad, but that's not how it actually works in real life. People have cognitive capacity. All people do. You don't memorize everything. What your ability to do is synthesize information and actually apply scientific concepts to data and information. That's what having a PhD or going for a PhD is. It's not how much can I quickly read off of Google, which does seem to be your modus operandi by your own admission, which is, again, not really effective. Because based on what I can read from the case, which I just looked at, is that it meets none of the typologies of adolescence. I'm not sure why you'd make the comparison other than based on demographics, information of age. It doesn't say whether or not Fucci comes from a single-parent household. It actually appears that this person has highly psychopathic origins to violence, not political incel-related behavior. So again, there's just a whole bunch of problems with what you've already said so far. Again, I haven't read the case in full, so I'm not sure whether or not the Wikipedia article is accurate. but I'd be very interested in the psychological autopsy, which may or may not exist. But again, this is kind of the problem you run into.
Yeah, this is definitely the problem when you run into.
You're seeing facial connections and assuming that the phenomenon is the same because the kid's 14 years old and the victim's a female, and that's not how legitimate science or criminology is conducted. And again, it's not necessarily an impersonal personal attack, because this is a common problem. This is my issue with Adolescence is that it creates signals that aren't actually indicative of the behavior that's being addressed. And it seems that you're doing exactly what my issue with Adolescence is, which is 14-year-old boy does a stabbing or does this, that, and the other thing. Clearly there's a connection, and it must be for the same reasons. No, it's not. And this is the problem. You're oversimplifying a problem, and you're not going to fix, in this case, boys going out and murdering girls if you're just assuming it's for political reasons and it's due to, toxic masculinity. Based on everything I can read from the case you just cited, Tristan Bailey, this was someone who had an absolute fascination with killing literally anyone. This is not the same frickin' thing. I don't know how you could ever say that.
Don't worry.
So, again, this is the problem. But this is the issue I have with it, is that it does promote these oversimplifications, and that's what we don't want, because that's not going to actually protect victims, and it's not going to prevent people from ruining their lives and becoming perpetrators.
Yeah, but Snack, this is not about protecting victims or preventing perpetration. It's about pushing an ideology. It's about pushing this idea, this moral self-righteousness and scapegoating men. Let's face it.
I'll let Telenar talk, because I think he's been wanting to talk for a little bit.
Oh yeah, I see multiple ones in the chat. Okay, go ahead, Telenar.
Oh, there were only 2. I wasn't experiencing
that 2 is multiple.
Like verbal constipation.
2 is multiple.
It's not a big multiple. But yes, thank you. Thank you for noticing. So one of those is for, I was going to say what Therapy Snack just said, more or less, maybe a little less articulately, but yes, same thing regarding the Tristan Bailey case, I mean. But the first one was put there because I wanted to point out that Adolescence, I wanted to compare Adolescence to Citizen X, if you remember that movie that we watched together, which is about that Russian serial killer who was really messed up because of his childhood and the hunt for to catch him. And basically comparing the level of quality of the writing and the depiction and analysis of someone who would behave in such a way. Therapy Snack, have you seen that? I don't think you watched it with us. Have you heard of that movie from 1995? So it's a bit old at this point.
Probably not. I don't really watch movies.
Okay. Well, you might find this one interesting, but on the other hand, it might be kind of about work for you, so you might find it really boring.
Well, look, I mean, honestly, Therapy Snack right there. You say you don't watch movies, maybe you don't watch TV, that means you're completely ignorant. Sorry, go ahead, Telenar.
That's what a horrid perspective. I'm glad you're being massively sarcastic there. Anyway, yes, that one, so it's a full-length movie. It's not 4 hours. It's, I don't know, 2 hours, 2 and a bit, something like that, I don't remember. But they genuinely looked into and explained to the audience the really horrific childhood that this guy had. And he, among other things, grew up as a small child during World War II in Russia, and I think he was in or around Stalingrad. So there was famine and violence and abuse on a massive scale, not just affecting him, but affecting everything and everyone around him. And when he grew up, and they chronicled his behavior after that and how he started to murder people and there was also a very unpleasant sexual component as well. And they had a cop chasing him and a psychologist, and it was just, in terms of the quality of the psychology, I mean, we looked at the actual facts of the case, and we didn't do a deep dive. It was just reading the Wikipedia article and 1 or 2 news articles or something, but the movie really seemed to get the details correct. And it was, well, it's a totally different person and a totally different type of approach to it in terms of the writing. The quality is just leagues ahead of what we see in Adolescence. So I just wanted to say, if anyone is interested, yes, check out Citizen X from 1995. I can't remember any other details about who directed or whatever, but it's very good if you like creepy true crime stuff, which is Because the bad guy in that one is pretty creepy.
Okay, so that's a recommendation. Let's do a little bit more, which is not a recommendation. This is just cancer.
But Katie doesn't play along to this narrative. She turns him down again. It's a confirmation that, yes, he is invisible, laughable, worthless. And that shame, it doesn't just sit there. It festers, it builds, until it becomes something else. When Jamie's friend hands him...
Have you considered not shaming boys? Like, I mean, literally the girl shamed the boy, and then the shamed festered. Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to excuse I am not trying to excuse your construct doing what you wrote him to do, because why would I have to take responsibility for your construct doing what it was written to do? But regardless, let's actually just look at what's realistic in this film, right? Let's just pretend, I think I'll just address what was actually possible and realistic in this show, right? And that's sort of a radical thought. The bullying by the girl is actually possible and realistic. What the feminist construct did after that, in the circumstances that it was presented as being in, that's on feminism, because that's what feminism thinks boys and men do. So that is just a sexist caricature made by feminism. It's not actually rooted in reality. It is complete actual sexism. Adolescence is sexism by feminists. It's a caricature, an ugly caricature of boys, not rooted in reality. So let's look at what is rooted in reality in this show. The girl bullying the boy, and the boy feeling shame as a result of having been abused by this girl. Can we discuss bullying by girls? Sorry, can we discuss bullying by girls? There's too many B's in there. I'm struggling, guys. Bullying by girls. Can we have that discussion? Because they do a lot of it. And in fact, studies suggest they do the majority of it. So if we want to start addressing the shame that boys and girls feel, maybe we should start by addressing girls bullying. Anyone want to talk to that? Nope. Okay. Let us continue.
Him a knife just to scare her, it becomes the final link in a long chain of fear, insecurity, and rage, and it ends in a moment that he can't take back. Jamie's story may be fictional, but it reflects something very real.
It reflects nothing real. Okay, B Moon says, which part isn't possible exactly? We've gone through this extensively. The part that isn't possible is that one person has the features of a vulnerable narcissist in with a violent, unsuccessful sociopath. So that's a sociopath that cannot control their emotions. What else is also highly improbable is that that individual came from an intact family in which he had a good relationship with his father, right? At this point, there is no boy on earth that fits the typology of Jamie. That is why he's a construct. All right? Like, am I correct in that estimation, Therapy Snack? It's like,
yeah, it's obviously more than, so you have the typologies, which are going to be the kind of two overlaps. You've got the incel mass murder suicide type, which is what we see with incels almost always, and then you have the predatory, highly intimate mode of murder, psychopathy that you see with Jamie. And to be specific here, it's psychopathy. And then that would be attenuated by psychopathy, possibly accompanied by grandiose narcissism, which Jamie doesn't appear to have. And again, that's going to be developmental trajectory. That's that typology. And then we go back to the mass murder, suicide, incel kind of version, which we do see with incels in psychological autopsies. and Jamie doesn't do any of those things, but he does have the vulnerable narcissism, the political affiliation, if you will, and all of that. And the problem is that these two things have very clearly been merged together, and they create something that is typologically incoherent, because you have this intermixing of, again, the vulnerable narcissist and, you know, the person who's been isolated, rejected, humiliated, mixed in with a hyper-violent, unstable, but premeditated and pre-planned kind of psychopath, all in a 13-year-old boy.
Yeah.
That is, I won't go so far as to say, again, impossible, but I will absolutely say that it is very, very improbable. I would be remiss to say that I've never seen anything like that. And in fairness, I also didn't see the Tristan Bailey case, but I'm also not Google. And also, that's not really how any of this works. The point is that in research, that doesn't exist as a typology. It's not a thing.
Yes, B Moon, it is a TV character. That's why he does not exist in reality. And he doesn't represent anyone who could exist in reality because, again, they're two distinctly incompatible typologies. And now, Therapy Snack, let's add on the context. Intact family with a reasonably good relationship with the father. How Go ahead.
Well, I think the other thing here that's kind of happening as well is, yeah, the problem with this is, yeah, if it was just a cold kind of psycho thriller true crime thing, and that's all it was intended to be, sure, we could get away with that. We could just say, yeah, it's just a TV character, whatever else. In fairness, I still think it's misinformation. I know they don't happen every day. But also the other thing here, that's just factually wrong. But the other thing here that we're seeing is that that's not its intention. Its intention is to spark a discussion about a very particular topic that is, quite frankly, a moral panic by all definitions of what we'd use for a moral panic. There's a particularized outgroup. There's an overabundance of fear and caution proportionate to threat. It's being led by people who are in positions of power. That is literally the definition of a moral panic. The problem is that it's attempting to inform that with a non-existent test case that tells us ideologically, so like by origin, that there are particular causes and factors related to this that lead to this event that occur in a non-representative person that cannot possibly coexist, or should not, like, by all probability, coexist. That's extremely problematic from a solution generating and discussion framing perspective. That's actually actively harmful.
Okay. Gay fathers, two fathers are fine. Two mothers have bad outcomes. Right? It is fathers that are required. And again, this is statistical, right? If you want a kid to be raised by anyone, it's going to be two dads. But regardless, they still, a two-parent home with a father, that matters in terms of outcomes for children. So this individual, this construct, it is highly improbable. Like, I would go so far, I am willing to say that there is nothing on this planet that resembles this construct in adolescence. And I'm willing to say that because of what Therapy Snack has said about incompatible typologies. I mean, by that I'm assuming you mean like a constellation of character traits in conjunction with I guess this would be considered a personality disorder, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so these are incompatible typologies. It's like saying this Jamie is both colorblind and blind. Like, he can't see color and he also can't see anything, right? Okay, well, one or the other. Well, that's not a really good analogy. I don't know, that he has no legs and has...
Blind.
Okay, go ahead.
That he's blind and has 20/20 vision
yeah.
at the same time. Yeah,
so you're saying that this construct, I'm not even call it a name, I'm not going to give it pronouns because it is a construct, it is a thing. This construct, which is a set of completely incompatible personality factors related to personality disorders that do not occur in the same person. They do not occur in the same person. right? Also, extremely unlikely that a person with this violent, a construct this violent, would come out of a two-parent home with a good relationship with his father and no history of abuse. The father has no history of criminality. Like, this just doesn't happen. And you have constructed a moral panic around something that doesn't exist on this earth. Congratulations! This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Also the most depressing. Humans, do better. Like, you want to get off this planet, you don't do shit like this. This is beneath a species that exits its freaking atmosphere. All right, moving on.
This arc mirrors the case of Elliot Rodger, the 22-year-old whose 2014 attack left 6 people unalived and
4 men, wasn't it? 4 men?
Manifesto behind. Rodger framed his violence as a response to rejection, and in certain online communities, he became a twisted kind of symbol, and we see this.
I remember back then. I remember people got upset because they hung Elliot Rodger on men's issues advocates. You remember that? Does anybody else remember that? That those heady days when we were responsible for Elliot Rodger, not the incels? Oh, and the pickup artists. Actually, it was the pickup artists. And then it was the men's rights activists. And then, because suddenly everybody started to talk about incels a couple of years later, retroactively it became the incels. It seems like Elliot Rodger just is hung on whatever boogeyman you have in the current day, without any kind of introspection on what's actually happening. The kid had a very difficult relationship with his mother or his stepmom was abusing him, and a distant relationship with his father, and was also the product of divorce. And didn't he also have like pre-existing factors as well? I don't remember. Therapy's neck. Therapy's neck.
Therapy, from what I recall. And yeah, the other thing too is you'll notice something. 6 people dead. That's a mass murder suicide. His autopsy revealed that he killed himself, self-inflicted, I think, gunshot wound, GSW. Like, this is not Jamie. Like, not at all. This is actually, with regards to homicide, which is bimodal, it's literally on the other side. This is, Elliot Rodger, fairly indiscriminate, all things considered. He may have his reasons, he may have his alleged motives, he may have his rationalization for why he's doing it, but at the same time, it's a mass murder suicide. Kills a bunch of people, kills himself. And I think, as you pointed out, the sex ratio wasn't necessarily in the favor for a mass femicide, if you will. On the other hand, you have Jamie, who, again, this is apparently premeditated. It's highly intimate. It's very personal. It's targeted to a particular individual. He tries to get away with it. He does not attempt to off himself. There's no evidence of suicidal ideation, as far as I could tell from what I've seen. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But yeah, you're taking 2 people who are completely different ideologically, and it's insane. You can't inform policy from that. That's not meaningful. You are mistaking the outcome phenomenon of someone's dead and they believe things or related to things that I believe they believe that I don't agree with, and therefore that is causal. That is completely unscientific, and also completely useless from again, fixing the problem position.
Yeah, this is now deliberate, okay? I think you're just trolling, B-Moon. We're not saying that the crime is impossible. We're saying that the construct in the film, or in the show, the feminist construct, constructed by feminist talking points about men, is impossible. That you having this vulnerable narcissism in with this unregulated sociopathy, you're not going to find that in one person. And you're really not going to, like, not only are you not going to find that in one person, you're not going to find that in a person with an intact relation, like an intact family and a good relationship with the father and no apparent history of abuse. You're just not going to find it. It's not to be found here. Look elsewhere. All right.
In Adolescence. What Adolescence dares to show is that Jamie is a younger version of that narrative. What's interesting is in the back.
Okay, so this individual, I think what they're doing, B-Moon, because he or she is more interesting than this dude who's just reading from a script. I think what they're doing is they're saying this individual does not resemble any realistic profile of a criminal who does this act. Therefore, the connection between this individual and the criminal act they engaged in is so highly probable as to not exist on the planet, is the same as saying that, oh no, that criminal action never takes place. Dumbass. Not the same. Okay. Let's go on.
Background of Jamie's story is the detective, a father himself, distant, overworked, unaware of what his isn't just what he did, it's the framework he uses to justify it. What strikes me most is the contrast. Women have long endured harsh societal scrutiny, harassment and violence without responding in kind.
Did the justice system cease to exist while I wasn't looking? Also, okay, so scrutiny, harassment, and violence. Yes, men have also endured these things.
We're taught to internalize our pain, to minimize it, to move through it. So why, when boys feel the sting of rejection or alienation, are some turning to violence?
Yes, because they're criminals. Okay, Doughboy has something he wants somebody to read.
I guess I'm tagged in it, so I should probably read it. Carmelo Anthony is a 17-year-old boy who stabbed someone, another boy, I think. Yes. And came from an intact family, but to my knowledge, there's not been a motive found yet. And that'll kind of be important, as well as kind of more of a psychological panel assessment. Again, for the context for which it occurred. Obviously, it doesn't map on to, I think, adolescence, but yeah, people have various reasons for why they commit murder. Obviously, his does not appear to be murder-suicide or a homicide-suicide. So there's definitely a bunch of there are a bunch of different typologies that emerge when we're talking about murder. Again, the important one for incels is generally the homicide-suicide, and that obviously has a whole bunch of subtypologies as well. And for things we'd expect versus, again, something you might expect from a serial killer or a predatory murderer, using instrumental violence. It's extensively numerous with respect to, again, what you can kind of get from there with respect to, again, typologies.
Yeah.
Definitely interesting, but yeah, the point is that no individual thing is going to protect or outright cause a certain particularized outcome. But yeah, okay, and then the fault for this is just that I mentioned, given how unlikely Jamie's case was.
Unlikely?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beyond unlikely. It's ridiculous.
Jamie's case as presented is again highly improbable. The outcome isn't. Yeah, there are obviously people getting stabbed. There are girls getting stabbed by boys. No one disputes that. There are cases.
Boys being stabbed by girls. That happens too.
Yep. Yeah, there are cases like that's the outcome is not questioned. The question, what's actually the issue is why. And that's purportedly what this show is supposed to help elucidate for people.
Yeah, she starts.
Bring to the forefront.
She starts by saying this is a show about why, right? Why this happened. And it absolutely doesn't, because the why is completely inconsistent with what happened. Why did this happen? Because Jamie, the construct, the feminist construct, is somehow both a vulnerable narcissist and a unregulated sociopath at the same time has an intact family with a relationship with his father. Like, these factors together make this improbable, and the why does not explain anything. So the fact that she says we just don't know, it's like it doesn't give you because it's not giving you any answer at all, because it's not based on reality. It's a complete fiction. And it's more than just a fiction. It is a fiction that's presenting itself as an explanation that isn't one.
And that's the haunting question at the heart of adolescence.
Why do women engage in violence when they're rejected? Because every couple weeks, something like a woman shot a man for saying no to her crosses my desk. So Aphrodisiaca. Why do women become violent when they're rejected, huh?
and it's one that demands our attention.
I think that men are becoming afraid because they're realizing a woman's power. You're going to have to do the one thing you have been avoiding the whole time, and that is change and become a better man. If you
change to become a better man. Are you a better woman saying that?
Ever want to be,
or are you just better because you're a woman?
With any one of these women. No one is settling for you anymore.
Because women face rejection, humiliation, and objectification every day, online and in person. From dating apps to school corridors, girls are routinely degraded, harassed, and dismissed.
Yeah, but you don't face it on maybe you face it on a personal level like every human being, including men. You don't face it on an institutional level. There's no institutional narrative saying that you are to blame for the problems of the world. And that you have unearned privilege that you get by engaging in violent behavior towards the opposite sex.
We are called every name under the sun. We are stalked, we are doxxed, threatened for saying no, for ignoring messages, for not making...
Okay, sorry.
Ourselves small enough. And yet, young girls are not turning around and...
Literally the opposite. And you know why they say this? It's because they're justifying. Like, they always say, you punched me, in order to justify the fact that they're about to punch. You notice that?
Aliving young boys. At least not at the rate...
What? What horrible thing are women doing now?
And objectification every day, online and in person. From dating apps to school corridors, girls are routinely degraded, harassed, and dismissed. We are called every name under the sun. We are stalked, we are doxxed, threatened for saying...
And this is in response to a show about a girl calling a boy an incel, which she says is a complete destruction of his identity. And now we're going off on this tangent about girls being everything horrible things happening to them.
Saying no, for ignoring messages, for not making ourselves small enough. And yet, young girls are not turning around and aliving young boys.
Are we going to have a discussion about immigration yet? Like, you keep blaming the wrong targets. And then the other thing is that the boys that are unaliving girls are from a particular household type. Right? And we can't have that conversation either. They're overwhelmingly from single mother households.
At least not at the rate that boys are. They're not creating echo chambers to radicalize each other into violent hatred.
What?! They're not creating echo chambers to radicalize each other into violent hatred. But yet, girls are violently hateful towards boys. And when you get up to the level of college, high school and college, there are more girls who are violently hateful towards boys, and their violent hatred is more likely to be a causal factor in their sexual violence against boys and men than boys and men. What the hell are you... and you are radicalizing. Have you ever seen the female dating strategy? Have you ever seen female tech talk? And all the bullshit they say about men there? And how about the big OG of female radicalization? The belief that men throughout all of human history, this very simplistic narrative that men throughout all of human history have subjugated their wives, their daughters, their mothers, have stolen from those women. Throughout all of human history, men have been a problem for women. Not the solution, but the problem. The endless, relentless problem for women. That is not a radicalizing narrative. And again, that narrative just came from nowhere, just was magicked up one day, and nobody in academia has said, hey, maybe you should fucking prove it. Maybe you should even frame it a way that can be proven false, true or false. Maybe you could prove it. Maybe you could take an effort. And if you're saying that this resembles reality, you can frame it in a way that can be proven true or false. That can be seen as scientific. I'm sorry, Therapy Snack. Did I blow out the freaking ear? Sorry.
Well, I, for one, enjoyed every moment of it.
Thank
You
you.
were very enthusiastic.
This really aggravates me because they take no responsibility for their radicalization. And to answer your question, B Moon, women have more of a control over whether or not a child has a relationship with the father than the father does. So the control lies with the person who has it. The responsibility lies with the person who has the control. All right. Let us continue. Unless you guys, did somebody put a 1 in? Yes, shouty out Allison is unlocked. This is fucking... All right. Sorry. Did I severely hurt your ears, Therapy Snack? Can we continue? Do you need to put your ears in a sling?
Ignore his pain.
Now.
Okay.
And this contrast matters. And in the midst of it, Katie remains largely voiceless. We only know her through
I don't give a fuck
what others say, through gossip,
This is
screenshots,
entirely
a image,
constructed.
and Jamie's ink to shoulder the shame and keep going. Adolescence doesn't just...
Oh wait, they're talking about somebody who actually happened.
This
It
too
was
is
constructed by a pair of male feminists trying to help girls as well. Clearly the worst kind of men.
He's not at the rate that boys are. They're not creating echo chambers to radicalize each other
Yes, but adult women are killing their sons at a greater rate than boys are killing girls.
into violent hatred. And this contrast matters. And in the midst of it, Katie remains largely voiceless. We only know her through what others say, through gossip, screenshots, a leaked image, and Jamie's warped recollections. She never gets to speak for herself. Even in death, even at the center of the narrative, her story is filtered through male perception. Her silence isn't accidental, it's structural. This too is part of the cost that girls are expected to carry. It reveals how
So we have a structural issue where violence against women and girls is silenced, do we? So me and Therapy Snack were looking at a recent study into how male victims of homicide are actually, I think it was institutionally discriminated against. Now they're dead, so you can't really discriminate against them, but they are not seen as victims of domestic homicide. Could you explain the conclusions of that study, Therapy Snack? I'm probably doing a bad job of it.
Yeah, so it's a Bates et al. Study. I believe it's going to be from 2021. No, I forget the date off the top of my head. I'll have to pull it up. But essentially, yeah, it comes up with the general conclusion that, in essence, what occurs is the men are basically ignored. The abuse that, so typically with respect to when we're doing like assessments for risk in domestic homicide, one of the things you're going for is obviously risk factor assessment. You're looking at behavior of the other spouse in order to determine, what's the risk of a domestic homicide occurring, because they're actually fairly common, all things considered. Specifically when they're perpetrated by the male, specifically in the form of homicide-suicide. That's the most common form of suicidal behavior, is actually domestic homicide. But for these men, I believe it was a cohort of 22 as a qualitative assessment. What was found was that public agencies and agencies responsible for safety of individuals who are subject to domestic violence and intimate partner violence and abuse largely appear to not take seriously those risks and kind of downplayed the abuse those men faced, which of course unfortunately ultimately appears to have contributed. Obviously the partner is the ultimately one that's responsible, but ultimately contributed to the death of the male victim, which does align with some other research that has been done in IPV and IPA research with regards to how people respond to and approach male victims of IPV and IPA, and actually the response article to it does actually much of the same thing, where it kind of falls into the trap of, again, diminishing and kind of redirecting blame and accountability, despite the fact that of course those men are dead, which is obviously a very unfortunate outcome. But yeah, largely what you see is, again, this inability for the system to take seriously the risk factors or not recognize them when they are kind of, when the shoe's on the other foot, so to speak.
Okay, so B Moon says, a judge will rule the man as primary if it's in the best interest of a child. Most men refuse to even partial custody. Then they play the victim of family court. No. Men are not refusing partial custody. Why should men have to fight for their children in the first place? Why should they have to fight? Okay, so let's continue. So, but I mean, from what I've seen, there's incredible institutional bias against male victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. There's even pushes to redefine sexual assault of men as not being like physically forcing a man into having sex as not being rape. Like, okay, so this is absolute bullshit here. People are absolutely hysterical about violence against women and girls. That's why feminists use this narrative in order to get shit done. Because everybody's brains turns off and they turn into a drooling moron.
Patriarchy offers boys a script for their pain, one that always points the finger outward. It gives them someone to blame. Girls are offered no such outlet. We're told...
What are you... Girls are offered no such external source to blame. You are offering them right now. And that's boys. And patriarchy.
To swallow it, to shrink.
Do you see, like, she's doing exactly the thing. Like, she's saying, men and boys do this thing, therefore I'm justified in doing this thing right now. Who gives boys an outlet to blame someone else? The manosphere? Have you actually listened to manosphere content? How can this individual simultaneously assert that manosphere and far-right content tells men to man up, and that it also gives them leave to exteriorize blame? Which is it? Okay. I don't see any ones, so let's go. Unless that Telenar, you put in a one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Telenar, go ahead.
The one was actually preceding me. It's from Doughboy, and he writes, "The absence of Kitty's perspective is an empty criticism since women, Jade the therapist and the policewoman, do speak on it. However, I will admit that it is a narrative gap that would have been pretty easy to fill. Twin Peaks and Pretty Little Liars both had dead or missing girls at the center of their narratives, but still give them prominence via flashbacks, diary entries, and video recordings. It suggests that the writers aren't particularly skilled at narrative construction, as evinced by all of the other writing flaws we've noted." Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, let him have it.
Okay, so are you done, Telenar, or did you want another one?
Oh, no, those were just because you said there were no ones, so I decided to prove you wrong. But no, I'm done.
Oh no, we got a Hunzi in here. Okay. I hope you're okay with being on stream there. All right, let's do some more.
To shoulder the shame and keep going. Adolescence doesn't just ask us to look at Jamie, it asks us to look at the world that made him possible and what it continues to demand.
Feminist conjecture, constructing an impossible thing that doesn't exist in reality. Do women struggle? I'm going to say women here. Do women struggle with the idea that you can construct pretty much anything in fiction and it's not real? Like, I'm starting to realize why the Victorians were like, women shouldn't be reading those novels. I mean, young girls shouldn't read novels. Like, this is explaining it to me. This is a constructed reality, right? There's nothing, the world didn't make him possible, except it allowed feminists to continue to exist in this void where nobody questions their bullshit, except people on very small channels on YouTube, right? And this is not the way it should be. Feminists should have had to prove their stuff from the very start. I shouldn't be this random YouTuber saying, well, wait, did you ever have to actually frame this in a way that could be proven true or false? Hey, feminists? I keep spinning around because my chair is on a bit of a slope. Okay. But, did you ever have to prove this true or false? No, you never did. Nobody ever demanded that of you. That was never something that was in the cards for feminists. They never had to prove anything that they asserted. And now here we are. They're constructing a reality based on their supposedly fiction, but not really fiction. This is something that that happens enough, even though it doesn't, that we can base policy on, but it's fictional. And if you actually call it out, ha ha ha, you don't know it's fiction. The people who created this apparently don't know it's fiction and don't know where this came from. It didn't come from the world. It came from the completely unaccountable thoughts of feminists. And what a surprise, it exactly describes feminist boogeyman. Who would have thought? So coincidental. Okay.
And from the girls and the women around him. I really wanted to dig into episode 3 because it's pretty powerful. If Katie is the ghost haunting adolescence, then Bryony is the witness left behind. And in episode 3, the show's most unsettling hour, we watch her sit across from Jamie Miller, the 13-year-old boy at the center of the story, in a real-time psychological evaluation. One room, one conversation, one unbroken take. No cuts, no escape.
That's bullshit. They totally had cuts.
At first, it's almost sweet. Jamie is polite, quiet, thoughtful. He talks about hot chocolate, makes jokes, flirts a little, compliments Bryony's scarf. He's performing, trying on a version of manhood that's been stitched together from YouTube clips and TikTok memes. A boy mimicking a man. But Bryony isn't just making small talk. She's asking questions about his parents, about Katie, about what he thinks it means.
And what is he really? A boy imitating a man, or is he just a fucking monster? Do you have anything for this, Sneck?
Calling it a psychological evaluation is a bit of a euphemistic stretch. Yeah, there's... I'm kind of curious, honestly. I guess I kind of want to see where she goes with it, but because obviously we've already talked at length about all the things that were kind of wrong with it, so I'm kind of curious about what she has to say.
To be a boy, to be a man. And that's when the cracks start to show. Because underneath the charm is something colder. Jamie doesn't just want to be understood, he wants to be liked. And when Bryony doesn't give him that validation instantly, when she refuses to mirror back the version of himself that he's trying to project, he shifts. The tone gets harder, the smile falters, the boyish performance begins to curdle into something more familiar, more dangerous. This moment, this subtle...
Oh god, this is sickening.
Yeah, so the problem here is, yes, they're kind of intermixing grandiose narcissism with this, which, again, it works for the psychopathic version of him, which I can totally see. Like, I can see where they're going with that, but then, yeah, his attempts at, like, constantly seeking validation and all of that, and his purported self-hatred in the sense of feeling he's ugly, though, makes that not really work super well. And again, I understand that in a 50-minute conversation, you can certainly get conflicting things and all of that other stuff. But the problem is obviously from a story construction standpoint, to have something there, it doesn't work.
It's also disgusting.
Yeah, it's odd.
They have constructed something from feminist theory, this idea that these contradictory pathologies can exist within one character. And within one character with this one particular life circumstances, this is all constructed from their conjecture about men and boys. So they have decided to replace actual men and boys with this. And now they're making policy based on their demonization of men and boys. Is that not disturbing? They're not even making policy on, you know how they say bad policy is made on, it's bad law to base it on outlier crimes. This isn't even outlier crime. This is a construction, a completely artificial construction that they are now basing advocacy on. This
that's ultimately the issue. Like, I can tell what they're kind of going for, which is, yeah, again, it's this grandiose narcissism, but also oddly vulnerable in some sense. It's difficult for me to determine. Again, I'm not a clinical psychologist. But the problem is that, again, they have that attenuated by the fact that doesn't map onto what he's actually alleged to have done and what he, at least in the story, does. And then doesn't work with the ideology aspect, but it does create this essence of again, a backwards male, kind of living in the past, entitled, wants to be liked. A second he isn't given affirmation or affection, reacts violently and aggressively and all of that other stuff. And again, that doesn't constellate onto what we actually do know about incels from quantitative research, specifically survey data. That it doesn't work that way. They're highly internalized. They go into self-loathing and self-hatred, which they do allude to a little bit when Jamie again says that he thinks he's ugly and has a really low sense of self-worth and is seeking validation, which then seems to more map onto vulnerable narcissists, which then shouldn't result in extremely brutal, aggressive, extremely hostile outbursts, which is what we see in spades in that 50-minute interview, quote unquote. It's just, yeah, you can't create policy from this. I don't know what, to your point, like, I don't know what you're creating it off of. It's off of nothing.
Well, it's off of a pathological ideology that has never been called to task for any of its assertions about boys and men. That's what this is. It's funny because there's a lot of potential to the human race, and you're squandering it on this shit. Let's keep going.
Unraveling is one of the most honest depictions of modern masculinity that I've seen on screen, because what Jamie is doing isn't unique. It's a script. He's been absorbed.
Yes, it is a script. You wrote it. Feminists wrote this. They wrote this Frankensteinian non-entity. It's like Frankenstein itself. And then suddenly the UK is like, we need to make policy against constructing a Frankenstein.
Absorbing cues from online culture, learning that desire should be rewarded, that attention is owed, and that rejection isn't just disappointing, it's emasculating. And when Jamie tells...
You know what this is? It starts to feel like society is recognizing that if men wake up and realize that there is no family formation, like they can participate in this system, but they're probably not going to have a family as a result of their participation in the system, then the entire thing, the entire house of cards collapses. This is the worst realization. Like if boys woke up today and realized their participation in the system will not result, it does not result in any kind of family formation. It won't result in any recognition that they benefit the system in any way at all. Even if they do all of the jobs that make sure the system continues to run, nobody in it will ever even so much as recognize that something in these men and boys is allowing them to do the jobs that women won't do. That their risk tolerance is greater. Their tolerance of discomfort is greater. All of that stuff. And if they realize there's nothing at the end of this, there's no recognition. No, boys and men should just continue to labor for nothing. For no social worth. Till the end of time. For no recognition. With no recognition that they are of value at all for being men and boys. Till the end of time. And if men and boys actually recognized that this might be a slight injustice, how much our society relies on them without any recognition that they have any kind of unique proposition. And it's not just that they don't have any, that the only thing that makes them unique is negative. Now, that's the negative sum game. The only thing that makes boys and men unique in the world is negative. And that might be actually sort of an injustice that's being perpetrated against them by the people who control their horizontal and their vertical. That is the feminist academics and teachers that basically are infesting all of this and think that they are functionally deformed girls. Literally, they think that it's a deformity. And if boys realize that, there is no, in this system, there's no recognition of your worth available anywhere. Except, on a small YouTube channel right here. But I'm a pick-me. So, me caring about men, that's, You know, it makes my caring about men is worthless because I'm a pick-me. Oh, did you want to speak, Telenar? Did I miss you? Go ahead if you want to.
No, that one was... Wait a second. That was 12 minutes ago. I don't remember what it's for anymore.
Okay, sorry about that. I need to pay attention a little bit closer.
Tells Bryony that Katie called him an incel online. It's not just teen drama, it's the moment that he felt himself being stripped of status, of control, and of belonging.
He didn't have any. How does he stripped of it? Like, basically, Katie said that he was never going to get it. She insulted him. She basically did the equivalent of a jock or like a relatively popular boy calling you fat with ugly skin and ugly hair. Right? And that's a euphemism, by the way. He did that. She did that to him. Ugly and unlovable. Not worthy of desire or attention. Are you telling me if a boy said that to you, you wouldn't feel a little bit upset? And it would be justified? Because this is the only thing that's realistic in this entire scenario, is the girl bullying the boy.
You do not tell me when to sit down! You do not control my fucking... Look!
Give this boy a hug, please. What he needs is a nice big dude who cares about him to just give him a hug and let him wail. Wail it out, kid. Because this is something that Tom Golden, who wrote Swallowed by a Snake, and he's a psychologist with a lot of experience in how men grieve and how men connect to their grief. They tend to do it through their anger. So they express anger, and they express anger until they exhaust it. And then they're able to access their grief. What I see, unlike, I guess, every other woman watching this, is a boy who really needs a hug. If I were just to take this into isolation and just see this moment and not just the feminist chicanery, does nobody see that? And again, I'm not even going to address all of the bullshit that they've constructed here. This is a complete construction. We're all reacting to a complete fiction. This angry boy needs a hug. The hug that was heard around the world. Okay, Snack, go ahead.
I got distracted and forgot.
Sorry. Was it something to do with hugs? That they require they require limbs.
No, it wasn't.
So it might.
In fairness, if we are assuming that he's like, well, in fairness, there was some anti-snack bigotry that you mentioned beforehand, which I do have an issue with. But beyond that, yeah, largely, obviously, if we accept the fact of the initial typology that he's being presented in here, obviously a hug probably would do it, because he's evidently a dysregulated psychopath, which is a bit problematic. But yeah, insofar as what happens to him, yeah, he's abused, quite frankly, by a girl. Like, it's more than rejection. Rejection is a bit of a euphemism, because rejection can vary from, and that's kind of the other thing, they're playing very fast and loose with terms here. Objectification, of course, gets brought up a lot, which we've discussed previously, has some serious issues with conceptualization and operationalization, and for insofar as what it actually means. And then obviously for here, rejection gets used a lot. If it was truly just a rejection, that'd be one thing, but he's basically metaphorically dragged through the streets, according to the story. Called out publicly on Instagram. There's clearly public support for it, based on all the likes that she, I guess, gets in doing so. Like, it's very cruel. Like, it's beyond just rejection. That's not rejection. That's abuse, in its cleanest form. But again, we're not playing that. We're basically pretending that this kid just can't handle rejection, is entitled to things, which then leads to his inability to handle rejection, and all this other stuff. And again, it's just, it goes back to basics insofar as just it doesn't work. And
yeah.
I don't feel it works very well.
He doesn't frame it as heartbreak. He frames it as logic.
I could have touched any part of her body I wanted to. I really wanted to, but I didn't. Most boys would have touched her. So that makes me better.
Well, great feminist logic there. You realize that that's the feminist man right there.
Online is devastating. In Jamie's mind, the fact that he didn't go further, didn't commit a more graphic act of violence, makes him better, makes him the restrained one.
Oh, for God's sake, this is all just feminist bullshit about men.
Which then begs the question why they did a genital check in the first place, if we're going back to the first episode. That then is clearly completely unjustified if he never did any of those things.
Yeah,
this actually creates more problems.
Yeah, it does.
You would only do that if you were assuming that he was unclothed at some point in time, and then you would do that for forensic purposes. But if he was clothed the entire time and didn't do anything, then there was no need to have done that. You would that would not justify.
Yeah, that's
what they did.
They are alluding to a sexual situation for no reason. It's not justified by anything that occurred. For what reason? Except to sexualize a 13-year-old boy and let's play act him. We didn't show it, but let's play act him being subject to a sexual imposition on his person. Why? Why would they put that in? Titillation, probably. That's the only thing I can think of. And again, this is like, I mean, they go off on how the Whatever podcast is misogynist because it shows women to be vapid, selfish morons, right? And that's women speaking on that podcast, right? They're on there saying their own words. And that is men somehow making women out to be bad, right? And this is a complete construct. This is complete fiction. Okay? And yet this is somehow reflection of men. Women going on a podcast and making fools of themselves is actually men's fault for giving them the opportunity to do so. And it's actually men distorting the public perception of women. But a bunch of feminists knocking their heads together and writing the worst caricature of a boy, the most improbable caricature of a boy, where they smashed together a whole bunch of feminist bullshit. They probably trolled like complaints at one of these. Did we date the same man? So that they got the vulnerable narcissist, the unregulated sociopath, the regulated sociopath that can think far in advance and manipulate things. Because, Sneck, it's not just one form of sociopath. We have the covert narcissist, the grandiose narcissist, the sociopath that can regulate their emotions and plan their dastardly deeds, and the unregulated sociopath, all in one package. So every single complaint about the men that women seem to be very attracted to in one package, thrown out for our edification like it's a real person. And we... Sorry?
It's like the loaded F-150 of feminist scholarship. At this point, we got everything. It's the Longhorn, or is it King Ranch? I don't remember what they're called. Anyway, point is yeah, it's completely over the top. And I would also like to note, and I just pulled this up again. So this is in Costello et al. 2023, I believe. Yeah, I think it's 2023. Citing Sparks et al. 2023. With respect to romantic rejection specifically, incels appear to engage in more self-critical rumination.
So they're actually more like women.
They internalize. They do not externalize the same way. Now, yes, the ones that are violent do tend to externalize, but the point is that that's not the vast majority of incels, which again gets to the problem of cohorting within the incel community. It gets into the issue of this confabulation of Jamie, who again doesn't exist in typological research, and ideologically, therefore, it doesn't work. You can't start talking about causes or contributing factors because you've again crossed paths to how he got to where he is. It's very deceptive, in essence.
Yep, it is very deceptive, and okay, I'm going to give you a laugh. Therapy Snack. B Moon says, "Have you peer reviewed any of those papers with your own?" Snack, have you peer reviewed any papers with your own papers?
I don't know what that means. Peer review is a process that's conducted at the journal level where you'll bring in experts who will typically be blinded from the person that submitted, so they won't necessarily.
No, Snack. You need to. Next time you're peer reviewing someone, you need to peer review them with your paper.
That's not how that works. What? I don't even understand what. That's not how peer review works. Peer review is experts reviewing experts before publication, which if it's published...
No, Snack, you don't understand. The next time you're invited to peer review, you need to take one of your papers and do something with it to peer review the person you're peer reviewing. Like maybe you roll it up and smack them with it.
I'm tempted to with some people. But
no, that's from B Moon in the chat.
No, I kind of stopped paying attention to the chat after a while, but okay.
No, some of them are, like most of the people are here in good faith. It's just B Moon with his zany ideas. Okay, let's keep going.
A good boy who simply snapped. Adolescence isn't just showing us a violent boy, it's showing us how violence gets rationalized, how entitlement disguises itself.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show you anything but the contents of your stupid theory.
As victimhood, how rejection becomes
stupid conjecture about men.
The justification. And in that room,
it wasn't just like Snack, how abuse begets abuse.
Jamie plays every card. He's charming, then he's cold. He jokes, and then
he's 13. Like, this is the real disturbing factor here. They're stripping innocence from a 13-year-old boy. This is sort of...
I now remember... Sorry, I now remember what I was going to say. And yes, this, and we talked about this way earlier, now hours ago. Hyper-pathologizing... Good Lord, words. They're pathologizing him to an extensive degree. And in fairness, like, to a degree, that's what you're doing. You're doing basically a psychological assessment. But what a lot of the people in the public are doing is all of these little minor tells are being completely spun out of proportion. So, for example, this kid gets humiliated, all this other stuff. Obviously, that shouldn't necessarily lead to you stabbing someone in a highly intimate form of murder. But the point being is that a lot of the responses, like, why are you framing these things as entitlement? Like, what? Like, you're overplaying your hand here by confusing normal human emotions, needs, and desires with some kind of hyper pathological, virulent, antisocial like substrate. And that's not how any of this works. Like, taking pride in yourself or being confident is not narcissism, contrary to what some people seem to believe, and nor is being sad when bad things happen to you depression. Nor is, in this case, feeling humiliation because someone basically drags you through the digital streets of Instagram some kind of entitlement or violation of your overinflated ego by having yourself stripped down in front of basically the internet by being called an incel by a girl. Like, it's a massive overplay of very normal human behavioral reactions to adversity. Now, yes, the outcome in this case is extremely abnormal, and you would pathologize that because that's completely abnormal. But the point is yeah, a lot of how this is working for like the insider views just don't make any sense.
And then he guilt trips.
Toxic.
And when none of it works, he goes quiet. He stonewalls her, withdraws his affection like a punishment.
Wait, she wants his affection now? That's really unprofessional.
It's not calculated in the way an adult manipulator might be.
What were we saying about how he's presented in a very adult way? Like an adult manipulator?
Yeah, he seems to be presented with some fairly adult-like
but
cognitive capacities. And yeah, so that's kind
familiar.
of interesting that we're differentiating.
Because it's learned, and he's learned it from a culture that teaches boys how to perform dominance long before they understand what it actually means.
So, this guy seems a bit angry. I wonder what he's angry at. Perform dominance. By the way, this is one of the creepiest women I've ever seen. Ugh. She's fucking disturbing. It's something about her expression.
And Bryony, she handles him with extraordinary control. It's emotional triage. She's not just evaluating Jamie, she's surviving him. And I feel like a lot of women have been in her position. Then comes the moment...
She did a terrible job.
like I said, this is just a projection of their ideology. And this is fucking terminal. Like, I don't know what to say anymore. Like, what, like, to young men, to boys and young men, yeah, you're just, they're never going to recognize your worth. Never. Never. These individuals would rather see the whole fucking world burn than just recognize that boys and men have any worth. Okay. And that is actually a great injustice. And it's not on, it's like the thing is that they keep putting that carrot. Oh, if you just got better. If you just got better. If you just did more of what we say. Right? But the thing is that this is how they will always present boys and men. They'll always say that you're just if you apply a little bit more effort, just being a little less toxic. You know, I mean, you're responsible for things. Yeah, oh yeah, maybe women do them equally, but you are the ones who are responsible for them. You just put a little more effort into doing everything we say. Maybe, you know, in 5 years on a Tuesday, we'll say you're not totally evil. I don't know what to say. Like, unless, I can't honestly say these people are going to stop. And why should men and boys contribute to a society that won't ever stop demonizing them?
And Adolescence gives us that so few shows do. Bryony steps outside. She crumbles. She breathes. Then
because she's a useless waste of a human being.
She pulls herself back together. And
if she's so compromised by her job, why does she do it?
And walks right back in there. It's so quiet.
I mean, like this is a 13-year-old boy. If she's a forensic psychologist, wouldn't she be doing this with even more disturbing? Like that woman who murdered her, who basically raped her partner, just cut off his head in the middle of sex, left it in a bucket for his wife or his mother to find. Bucket in a bucket in oh god, I keep moving. Bucket in a shower for his mother to find. Like, how would you like to interrogate that woman? The good Lord. How about the lesbian couple that kept their son in a dog cage in his own feces? How would you like to, until he died, and they periodically took him out and beat him, until he died, you know, how would you like to interrogate that person? How about the woman who raped a man by inserting I think it was, one of those, sticks, like a popsicle stick, except one of the thin ones, inserted it into his urethra, and then climbed up on top of him and had her way with him, leading to his urethra being shredded from the inside, and he had to have reconstructive surgery, and to this day, he still pisses blood and pain. How would you like to talk to that woman, lady? Try to get into the exact reason why she did that. Exact reason why that one woman got on top of her partner of many years with a fucking knife and then cut off his fucking head. Wow. Or no, actually no, that's not what happened. She choked him. And as he was being killed by her, she gloated about it to him as he died. How would you like to get in that woman's head? Forensic psychologist? You know, this is just a 13-year-old boy, and he's just a complete construct. The actual kid probably wouldn't be quite as intimidating. Yeah, if you can be frightened by a 13-year-old boy, you probably shouldn't be in this line of work, because there's going to be a lot of adult psychos. But this is the thing. They are taking this Hannibal Lecter idea, and they're putting it on a 13-year-old boy. Disturbing. Good Lord. Let's watch some more.
So restrained, and yet it says everything, because Jamie might be 13, but what he represents, the unpredictability, the emotional volatility, the entitlement, carries the weight of the real threat. I was scared. It was.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Would now be a bad time to point out that sexual entitlement is higher in young women than young men?
Is that statistically the case? Because I wouldn't be surprised.
So if we go to a lovely study, if I can find it. Oh, where did it go? Ah, there we go. Wanting sex and willing to kill. No, that's a different one. Whoopsies. I'll find it.
Titles or something else.
There are some very interesting forensic psychiatry titles that, read more like a true crime novel than anything else.
Wow, we have been at this for 5 hours, I think.
Yes.
I think I hear the hoof prints of exhaustion, so maybe.
I was gonna say actually, I just hope Therapy Snick can summon up that paper, because I want to have a new conversational opener for the next time I'm standing next to a guy at a urinal.
Okay, but let's continue while Therapy Snack finds the paper that proves that girls are more sexually entitled than boys.
Was enough to shake a grown woman, enough to leave her breathless.
That's because you're a bunch of pansies. Like literally you need patriarchy, because otherwise you'd probably you're incapable of functioning because you're too weak. Okay, what's the paper? Go ahead and tell us.
Paper is Hewitt and Stubbs, 2016, longitudinal study of sexual entitlement, self-efficacy among young women and men, gender differences and associations with age and sexual experience. At time 1, young women reported more entitlement than young men. And if we go through, there's a bunch of numbers, but basically perception of entitlement to partner pleasure and sexual self-efficacy were higher among females in their early 20s compared to those in their late teens. Longitudinal study of women entitlement and self-efficacy were higher among participants who had greater range of experience with sexual behaviors. Interestingly, no associations between age and entitlement or efficacy were found in this longitudinal study. Such associations between sexual subjectivity, age, and sexual behavior have not yet been examined in young men. So this is their founding hypothesis. And then when they go in and they actually test it, what they find very quickly is that young women reported more sense of entitlement to sexual partner pleasure than young men, and average level of entitlement increased from T1 to T2, time 1 to time 2 for their longitudinal. So they established that actually that's the case. Oh, and yes, you found it. Good.
Okay, let's keep going.
And that's the point. It's a reminder of what women navigate every day.
With 13-year-old boys, huh? Well, I guess we can't charge those women with rape when they get a little sticky with the boys. Sickening.
Of how we are taught to remain composed in the presence of danger, to manage men's emotions.
You generally should remain composed in the presence of danger if you want to survive it. These guys never have faced danger, have you?
While suppressing our own fear, to do the work of de-escalating even.
I don't know what to say. Like, basically, this is this woman's, or women in general, or this ideology's declaration that men and women cannot coexist in the same society. What do you even do with this? I guess I'm going to have to make another society for you guys.
Even when we're the ones who are at risk.
You're not the ones who are at risk! Like, Jesus crap Christ! You're only at risk from a very small number of men that you are pathologically attracted to in the first place. For the most part, you are the risk. Because you can bring the entire ideological edifice down on the head of any man that pisses you off.
What?
I'll just create a new society, guys. That's what I'll do. I'll just create a new society. The women who are welcome to join my new society are the ones who think this is utter bullshit. Utter excrement.
This scene shows isn't just one interaction, it's a gender dynamic that plays out every day in classrooms, office.
What? Women and girls hate men and boys more than the reverse. Statistically true. Women and girls are more entitled sexually to men and boys than reverse. Women and girls now, the latest generation, actually use weapons to rape more than boys and men. Okay? At this point, you really... Good Lord. But none of this can be talked about.
Offices, courtrooms, homes, women are expected to manage male emotions, even when the...
What are you fucking talking about? Welcome to Upside Down World.
Those emotions carry the potential for harm. To stay calm in the presence of danger.
So are you advocating for stoicism for men? Are you saying that the problem is that men are not in touch with their emotions, which is what you said at the beginning, and now you're saying that the problem is men's emotions? Well, then the only solution is for men to embrace stoicism.
Danger, to de-escalate, to absorb, to navigate, to soothe, to protect.
And yet you don't. Have you ever watched like the body cam footage of women from police? Holy shit. You'd think if women were actually doing this, body cam footage from police would be showing it. Does it though? That's not what I've been seeing.
Protect themselves without making it obvious, without making it trigger the guy. And the one take structure of the episode.
Are you flipping?
Reflect.
Okay, first of all, like Therapy Snack, you said that he would never get away with this behavior. There would be security guards that would have come in and put him in cuffs and dragged him out and put him in a room by himself for a while. Like, this is all a complete artifact, a complete construction of the scriptwriters. And then you're looking at this complete construction of the scriptwriters and saying, oh, yeah, that's reality. That's reality. And then we got B Moon in the chat saying, you're talking about a fictional program. Yeah, this woman is talking about this fictional program as if it reflects reality, which it does not. This woman was entirely, like, she is an adult woman dealing with a 13-year-old boy who's incarcerated. She decides whether or not he's going to be, in many ways, she's part of the process that decides whether or not he's ever going to leave incarceration. Decides what he gets to eat, where he gets to shit, if he gets to sleep. Like, that, she has complete control over his life. And we have constructed a scenario in which this woman, who has complete control over this boy, at any moment, if she feels uncomfortable, a bunch of burly men are going to come in and take him away. And we have constructed a scenario in which she is afraid. This is a bio-truth at this point. Even a 13-year-old boy, completely under control of this woman, is a menace to her because of his masculine miasma. Right? That's basically a bio-truth at this point. He can never get rid of whatever makes him responsible for her. Never. Not even as a child. Right? Not even in a position where she has control over the entire environment and can do and make these massive decisions. But whether or not he gets to sit down and have lunch, or if he ends up being crushed under the knee of some security guard. She makes those decisions, and yet she is still a victim. This is a bio-truth. The victimhood is inherent at this point. That's what this is saying. Women are victims. Period. That's it. That's all they are in the feminist framework. There is no point at which a woman has agency or control over anyone if it's a man or a boy. There's nothing you can do to level the playing field, so you need to stop trying. Because if this doesn't level the playing field, there's no way to level the playing field. Men just have something in them somewhere that just makes them so powerful that even as a day-old child, they oppress their moms. Oop, Void Cat came. She's concerned about my yelling. Yes, thank you, Void Cat. She's also Therapy Cat. Thank you, Void Cat. Yes. I love you too. No, I'm not yelling at you. Okay, don't destroy the screen. The screen is not the problem. The problem is the idiot on the screen. Okay. All right, shall we? Does anybody want to say something? There's no one in the chat. Okay. Don't touch the clickety clack. I know you want to because it sounds cool.
That whole kind of dynamic perfectly. There are no cuts, no relief, no way out. We are stuck in that room with Bryony just as she is. We watch every shift in Jamie's tone, every pause, every silence. We aren't allowed to look away because this isn't a thriller, it's a reckoning. The one take format isn't just a cinematic choice, it's an emotional one.
It's a reckoning, guys. It's not a thriller. It's not a fictional genre. It's a real-life reckoning. And somehow, by playing a victim of an incarcerated boy, this woman is going to get her reckoning.
It forces us to witness how boys learn to perform manhood, how they test.
B-Moon, are boys, even teenage boys, physically stronger than women? So women are just going to basically be the subjects of men for the rest of eternity. There's nothing about human society aside from force. There's no being able to convince someone bigger than you to do your will for you, like a mob boss with his enforcers. No. It's all just force, guys. And that's why women choose the bear. Because the bear has more force and more ability, physical ability to enact his will on the woman. Therefore, he's the safer choice.
Boundaries, how they assert power, how quickly charm can turn into coldness, and how women...
All men. All boys. And this is a boy. But this boy is a man because he's got a penis. He's one of the penis people. And all the penis people are men. And all men are bad.
Over and over again are expected to sit through it and keep their composure. That scene doesn't just say something
Does anybody ever get tired of this shit?
About Bryony. It says something about all of us, about how deeply embedded these dynamics are, about the way power doesn't always come from size or age, but from the role society hands to boys.
He gauged in a criminal act. Society doesn't give him the right to do that. That's why he's an incarcerated boy. What role did society hand to boys here? Where is it said that he is allowed to kill a woman by if anything, you could only argue the reverse, considering the lack of accountability given female criminals. That women are handed the role of murdering men, not men who handed the whole. That's criminal. Okay, go ahead, Telenar.
Just wanted to say that sometimes this is the content is tiring, but the reactions are always entertaining.
To men and expects women to manage. Adolescence doesn't make Bryony a savior. She doesn't fix Jamie. She doesn't even fully understand him. She just walks out, shaken, rattled. And honestly, that's the most truthful ending.
No, it isn't. She basically came to face with a feminist construct. And she... Wow. That feminist construct sure was scary. Yeah, could you imagine how the people that feminist construct is actually pretending to depict feel?
Show could give her. Just like Bryony, we're stuck, watching, waiting, calculating. And by the end, just like her, we're exhausted. This is what it feels like to be a woman navigating male entitlement.
It feels like this is what it is to be a woman navigating male entitlement, right? It's the same as being a forensic psychologist constantly interviewing criminals. All I can do is give you this. I'll try to make it do society or something.
There are no cuts, no exits, no edits to soften the edges. Just you and him and the threat that he might become.
That's it, guys. This is it. This is the eternal... What?
That he might become? I'm pretty sure he's currently incarcerated because he murdered someone. I'm so confused.
Adolescence doesn't end with catharsis, it ends with discomfort. It leaves us holding questions that are bigger than one crime, one boy, and one girl. It's not just a story about Jamie, it's about what allowed Jamie to form. The online echo chambers,
Again, what allowed Jamie to form was feminist conjecture, being allowed to define men and boys for a century without any kind of oversight, any kind of academic oversight. any oversight by anyone who is allowed to operate with any kind of platform. Because this isn't a person, this isn't a man, this isn't a boy, this is a feminist construction, a feminist caricature of men and boys. That's all it is. They invented this. And then they accuse society of having created what they created. Feminism took a gigantic shit on the world. And then they accuse everybody but themselves for its existence.
Absent parents, the broken conversations between fathers and sons, the weaponized desire, the casual misogyny that we've come to normalize. It's about a culture that teaches boys that they are owed something and offers them rage when they don't get it.
What does society teach? Basically, this is just like she's just reading feminist conjecture. Feminist conjecture is reality. Okay, that's fine. You know what? I think we all know what lies on the end of that road. You're just never going to get any kind of sense of self-worth from these women. Just not. They are never going to give you the time of day. Never.
But it's also about what girls are expected to carry. Katie's story is told in fragments, filtered through others, twisted by rumor, flattened by Jamie's entitlement. She has no voice of her own, even in her own death. And Bryony...
Well, she certainly had a voice when she called him an incel and spread it over Instagram.
Tasked with facing that violence.
Okay, so one, Telenar, sorry, I didn't see that you did a while ago. What did you want to say, Telenar?
Oh, no, that was my little compliment to you regarding the content of the rants. Although I am typing out a little comment, which is, like, for most women, as I put it, feels is more important than reals. So something that, like Adolescence, is calculated to be very emotionally manipulative and hit emotional high points, I guess, will have a much stronger influence than some nerd with a snake profile pic talking about scientific studies and operationalization and stuff like that. Like, it's just not going to work as well. And actually, you mentioned the Victorians and not wanting women to be in government. Well, they talked about this. Instead of saying feels over reals, they talked about sentiment, which is kind of the word that they used for it. But they were worried that women acted so much and so often based on sentiment that it was not going to be a good idea to give them huge amounts of power politically. So there we go.
Directly, must do so with calm, grace, and restraint, because women always have to be the ones to hold the line. And then there's us, the audience, trapped in that single, unflinching take, made to sit in the tension, to bear witness, to ask, what now? Because Adolescence doesn't offer answers, it offers a mirror. And what it reflects back is not easy to look at. It shows us a
Okay, she's just repeating herself. All right, so in this framework, we can never recognize specifically male abuse victims of women and girls. We can't recognize the men and boys abused by women and girls. We just can't. It's just like that feminist who said, in response to a teacher, I believe, seducing a special needs child who was like 13, that there's no way that she could be responsible for forcing him, because look at the scenario in Adolescence. I mean, he was always in control. So how can adult women rape boys? How can adult women beat men? How can women be responsible for sexual violence against boys and men? I mean, this is an argument I got into with a feminist a while back. And it's like they call me I don't know, far right. And I said, I got into this because I wanted to bring attention to the problem of sexual violence that boys and men face, and domestic abuse. Yeah, I wanted them to be recognized as equally important as victims as women, right? It's feminism that arranged itself in such a way that can't happen until it is refuted. And this is why. All right. Okay, so anybody want to respond to this, or we shall? God damn, this is a long one. Whew. I'll check. No more super chows. I'll check to see if there's any thank yous. I actually can't get on the Feed the Badger website, but if you're listening to this, and you want to send us a message. It's feedthebadger.com/just-the-tip. Feedthebadger.com/just-the-tip. And if you want to support the show, it's feedthebadger.com/support. All right, let's see if there's anybody who's put one. Does anybody want to put in some last words? Come on, guys, some last words. You appreciate the opportunity to speak. You didn't particularly like the topic. Okay, Godcat, go.
You're saying this is our last word, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me scroll up to something I dropped a while back, because I need to read aloud.
All right.
Where are you?
Okay, we need scrolling music now. Oh, that's terrible.
A lot of comments in here.
Yeah, that's
okay,
good.
Here we are.
Oh, jeez. Showing off your choir chops there. Okay.
The UK government, as we all know, intends to force this in front of kids in school. Well, I have this comment from the Archcast about the show, and you should watch the video if you haven't. It's very cathartic. As the show itself says, all a kid needs is one thing to feel okay about. And Jamie could not even feel okay about what he was. At school, he was a cis-het white male. To girls, he was an incel. And to a psychologist, he was a victim of toxic masculinity. Regardless of now that is me talking. Regardless of what we might have to say about how psychologically inconsistent Jamie is, this speaks to what they are intending to, what kind of emotion they are intending to push on these students. And I do not think that we will be looking back on these political decisions very well in the future, regardless of where we stand with feminism. At least I can only hope. That's all I have to say.
I hope that we don't continue to stand with feminism. Man. Okay, so let's see who's the next. Go for it.
Oh, well, since we're going to do our last words, then I just say thank you, Therapy Snack, for showing up and lending us your expertise. I really found it very interesting, and I hope you enjoyed yourself as well. And well, thanks everyone else for showing up and suffering through this rather annoying YouTube video.
Oh, look, B Moon says, all modern science is woke, right? Hey, dude, we've been quoting more science than you. But if you ever become a Scientologist-amite, you could definitely use your papers to do peer review on other Scientologists' papers. Do that. Okay. Therapy Snack, go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me. Hopefully I was somewhat useful.
Oh, definitely.
A little bit more scatterbrained than usual. I swear I'm normally more put together. I obviously push out videos on various other things, including sociobiology, things related to sociobiology, and then more recently probably the biology of suicide. So my primary background area is, and I probably should have caveated with this to start, is biosocial. So I'm not an incel expert like William Costello is, or some of the other people out there. With that said, again, my area is behavioral science. That's really what interests me, and that's kind of been my area of focus. More again with a biology background. So it's always interesting to kind of go into these things because there is obviously some overlap, because at the end of the day, what Jamie is a function or form, or at least an attempt at human behavior. So
an attempt.
That was useful.
An attempt was made. An attempt was made.
So I appreciate that, Hunzi. But
At
yeah,
Therapy Snack, would you like to mention the name of your YouTube channel specifically?
it's just Therapy Snack. That's basically it. For
Snack, SNEK, and it's all one word. And there's some interesting looking stuff on here.
Oh yeah, yeah. He does great analyses of papers. Very, very helpful in with the work that I'm trying to do. And I'm gonna try to bring him on again if he's able. Like we can maybe just talk pure papers or discuss the state of the research that nobody wants to talk about. Although maybe on maybe on a different channel, because this one I'm trying to keep more to storytelling. Okay, so Therapy Snack, and I think Doughboy's writing a final kind of summation of his thoughts. The folklorist is going to chime in with some of his thoughts. Okay, go ahead, Telenar. You got the best voice of all of us.
Well, thank you again. Adolescence presented one of the most positive relationships between a father and son in modern fiction, and it demonized it by portraying it as a possible cause of murder. This show is, at best, an underwritten story. At worst, it is the height of misinformation and fear. Either way, the people who made this series and or promoted it as an accurate reflection of reality are reprehensible.
And with that, I'm going to thank my panel, the Brain Trust, and I'm going to thank all of you for joining us. I will do one last check on the Super Chows to see if anybody sent something through. So thank you to the one Super Chow we got. Thank you to Richard for suggesting this. And I'm going to have a lovely evening, afternoon, morning, whatever you are, wherever you're doing it. Thanks for your kind attention, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye.